Hello, hello, hello. My name is Jill Osborne. I am the president of the Interstitial Cystitis Network. It is Sunday, August 18th, and it is time for another IC support group meeting. Now, I am absolutely thrilled that we can provide the only national support group opportunity here in the United States. This is where you get to speak with a national leader, me, longest serving IC support group leader in the United States, 25 years and counting. This is my 25th anniversary. Can you believe it? How crazy is that? So we're here to take your questions about IC and share the latest news and all sorts of good stuff. Man, I hope you guys are feeling really good today. I'm having a pretty good day, even though I only slept about 6 hours last night because for some reason, from midnight to 2:30, I was answering emails about IC. You know how you get in those grooves where you're just like working and you just can't stop, and all of a sudden you look at the clock and you go, "Oh my god." That was me. That was me. Hi Sherry. Hi Lindsay. Hi Tabitha. Hi Beatrix. Hello YouTube. How are you guys doing today? Hi Lisa. Lisa, you're one of the people I emailed last night. I hope you got the email. Hello Sheila. So, it has been an absolutely crazy week. I don't know about you guys, but I was just burnt yesterday, absolutely exhausted. So for those of you who are new, this is what we do. The IC Network is really proud to provide live IC support group meetings. My name is Jill Osborne. I'm the founder of the IC Network. I am the longest serving IC support group leader in the United States, perhaps even in the world, but that might not be true. The German group might have been doing it longer than we have, though I don't know if they're doing live meetings anymore. My purpose in doing these meetings is to make you so strong, so knowledgeable, so informed that no one can mess with you ever, ever again. I want you to be able to walk into that doctor's office so strong, so knowledgeable, so informed that you can have a really good conversation with that doctor. I want you to be able to discuss your treatments. I want you to be able to discuss your diagnosis. I want you to be able to ask for help confidently. Confidently. No more of this walking into the doctor's office with your head down, too embarrassed to say anything, you know, ashamed. Come on, there's no shame when you're hurt. There's no shame when you're struggling. And it's really hard that when you're feeling your absolute worst and you just want somebody to come in and take care of it. And it's so tempting to walk into the doctor's office and say, I don't care what you do, just make it go away. Please make this go away. That is not a good thing. It's not a good thing. You should never be that patient who is absent, where you say, okay, doctor, do it. I don't care what you do, just do it. And you have no freaking clue what they've done to you. You have no clue what they've put in your bladder. You have no clue how a treatment is supposed to work. You're just halfway in denial and just begging, right? Yeah, you know what I mean, right? You guys know what I mean. When you walk into a doctor's office, I want you to be knowledgeable about your treatment options. I want you to say, okay, doc, here is my new symptom. Hey, it's this really weird pain on the left side. And it vibrates sometimes. When I sit down too long, I can feel this vibrating sensation. Can you help me understand what that is? Or, hey, doc, every time I have sex, I'm in a I'm in a terrible flare. Sorry, I heard something. You know, I care for a 96-year-old and a 90-year-old. So I always, I always have one ear. Okay, no, they're just talking. God forbid it be politics. Can you imagine a 96-year-old who's on one side and a 90-year-old who's on the other side? Welcome to my life. Okay, so ultimately, in the end, you have to be able to talk very, very clearly about your symptoms. I always tell every patient you are an anatomical mystery to be solved. It is your job in your doctor's office and your doctor to try to figure out what the heck is going on in your pelvis that could be triggering your symptoms. And as you ponder your treatments, you have to have a good dialogue about what the pros and cons are of that treatment, right? I don't want you to be one of those patients who calls me 10 years later and says, nothing works. And I say, okay, what have you do? And what did you do? And they go, I don't know. Like, are you kidding me? Well, okay. Did they put a treatment in your bladder? Yeah. What they put in your bladder? I don't know. Wait, wait. You don't know what they put in your bladder? Okay, guys, no more passivity. This is about confidence. This is about knowledge. This is about record keeping. This is about being super, super informed. I hope that that makes sense. Does that kind of make sense? Tell me, tell me, tell me. How's the sound? Everybody going? How's the sound? Is the sound okay? Can y'all hear me okay? Hi, Carolyn. Hi, Sue. Hi, Gina. Hi, Sarah. Sarah says, does IC get worse when you're pregnant? For some people, it does. And for other people, it goes away. And that's really all about hormonal influences. You know, as we think about these variants or subtypes of IC, there's definitely a group of patients who are very hormonally driven. And so there are, as an example, one of the IC patients in my group had absolutely incredibly bad pain until she got pregnant. And when she got pregnant, she's pain free, which is why she's had several babies. And as we consider those subtyping, I do believe that there is a subtype of patients who are hormonally driven. So Sarah, you might be one of those patients where your symptoms go away completely, which would be incredible. And you might be one of those patients where your symptoms get a bit worse, but you will do it. You can cope. We have a wonderful pregnancy resource center over on our website where we have 2 diaries of patients who have that go month by month on what their IC was like as they were pregnant. Over on the IC network, we have a support forum, which is for pregnancy also, where you can see all the questions that other patients with pregnancy have asked in the last 20 years and see how those were answered and see their experiences and their discussions of prenatal vitamins and treatments. I will also tell you that we only have one published paper about the influence of IC therapies on pregnancy. It was by Dr. Deborah Erickson at the University of Kentucky. So if you go on over to the IC network, go into our pregnancy center, we have a link to that. I think it's very, very important if your symptoms are a bit worse that you buy that article. I can't publish it. It's not my article. You have to buy it. It's like 20 bucks, but buy it and give it to your OBGYN so that you guys can contemplate what you might be able to do. Ultimately, our goal is with the first trimester is to try not to do anything because that's when the baby is the most vulnerable to kind of medication induced problems. But after you get to that point, second trimester, third trimester, there might be some things that you can do. One of the points she makes in that article, it's just so interesting. A lot of you know about rescue installations, right? A rescue installation is a bladder installation where they put heparin or Elmeron and lidocaine in your bladder, and it's called a rescue because normally patients walk out of that doctor's office pain-free for a couple of hours. And one of the reasons why that rescue install is so good is because it always has a little tiny bit of sodium bicarbonate in it. Sodium bicarbonate alkalinizes that solution, which then allows it to penetrate through the bladder wall. But what Dr. Erickson points out is that when you are pregnant, if they need to do a bladder installation, they say, don't put the sodium bicarbonate in because we don't want that medication to penetrate. We want that medication to stay superficial. So again, go to the expert, Dr. Erickson, get that article. And I think that that will at least help you understand what your options are. Okay. So normally the way I do these meetings is I do 30 minutes of kind of educational content, and then I'll do 2 hours of taking your questions. And then we normally have a giveaway at the very end for those of you who um, stick around. um, and I'm going to talk a little bit about IC Awareness Month because it's something that we've been working on. IC Awareness Month is starting in 2 weeks. 2 weeks, baby. This is when IC patients around the world unite to spread the word. But before we do that, I want to do an experiment. So I had a patient call who said she had found an herbal coffee alternative that she thought was Amazing. And it's called Dandy Blend. Dandy Blend. And it's dandelion. And she just raved on it over the phone. It's just like, it's the best thing I've ever had. 100% caffeine free, no acidity, no bitterness. That's what it says, right? 100% caffeine free, no acidity, no bitterness. So I thought I'd do a reveal first because, for us IC patients, we love for those of us who love coffee, you can't drink regular coffee when you've got an irritated bladder, especially if you've got Hunter's lesions. You know that. Okay, so this is interesting. So it's tabs. I've never tried this. So Dandy Blend. Okay, so what do we do? Is it a powder? So what are the ingredients? Calories 10. Yeah, baby, that's good. No sodium, 2 grams carb, no protein. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, pour a packet into an 8-ounce cup of hot or cold liquid, stir, and it's ready to drink. Ingredients: extracts of roasted barley, rye, chicory root, dandelion, and sugar beet. Okay, so here is my hot cup of water. Let's see what it looks like. Okay. Okay, so look, I'm gonna pour it in. Okay, well, it's definitely brown. It's definitely brown like coffee, kind of like an herbal coffee. Okay, and of course, I don't have a spoon. Yeah, how typical is that? So I use the oh, wow! Like it totally smells like coffee. Um, oh my god, it really does. I it's it smells like coffee. Okay, that's so weird. How could dandelion root smell like coffee? I wish I could. Okay, I'm gonna try to describe this. Right? Okay, so it's very earthy. It has a buttery. It has a buttery. There's like a little hint of butter. A little bit of caramel. A little bit of a caramel scent. Okay, let's give it a shot. Now, I as a rule cannot stand herbal coffees like um, Ticino. If anybody has ever tried Ticino, oh my God, it's so bitter. I can't stand it. Okay, here we go. Oh man, it's really smooth. It's not bitter at all. It doesn't even need sugar. Holy, wow. Oh my God. Like I was expecting that I would gag. This is awesome. I mean, I got to get this in the IC Network shop. This is amazing. It's like the best herbal coffee ever. That is crazy. It smells like coffee. It tastes like coffee. There's no bitterness, nothing. So and what they say is no acidity. So again, this came from a patient 2 weeks ago who called and told me, "Do you know about Dandy Blend low acid coffee?" And I'm like, "No, what is it?" And she goes, "Well, get it from Amazon, try it." And so I did. And so I just got it the other day. So again, we're talking about, oh my gosh, I've just spilled it all over my keyboard. We're talking about this as a coffee alternative. And I'm telling you right now, here, hold on. Oh God, that's great. Now I got it all over my desktop. Ooh, it's gonna be smelling like coffee in my office today. All right. Look at how dark it is. Okay, guys. I'm giving this a 10 out of 10. I am totally giving this a 10 out of 10. I'm stunned. Oh, this would be so good with a little bit of milk and and maybe a little bit of caramel flavoring, make it totally icy friendly. This is going to be the fall drink. I'm stunned. Wow. Okay. So again, this is what it has in it. It's got, so again, let's see here. Hold on. Read the ingredients. Extracts of roasted barley, rye, chicory root, dandelion root, and sugar beet. So Dandy Blend, you can get it on Amazon right now. Nobody's paying me anything, guys. It's just about finding things that we can enjoy. I don't know the company at all, but there you go. New product we're trying. For those of you who miss your coffee, I'm telling you, from a coffee lover myself, that's pretty damn good. Pretty dang good. All right, let's see. Hi, Vanessa. Sue says you cannot hear me very well. Can you hear me now? Is this better? Hello, Lori. Hey, welcome. Your first meeting with the IC Network. I'm so glad you made it. Miranda says, for those of you fighting for disability, keep fighting. I finally got mine after 3 years of fighting. All my hard work paid off. Yeah, baby. So, hey, so guys, let me talk a little bit about disability, because actually I am in the process of editing a new book on IC. Hopefully, it'll be done soon. It's the second edition of Patient to Patient Managing IC and Related Conditions. And let me see if I've got the first edition. Yeah, here it is. So for those of you who are kind of old timers, um, sadly like me, one of the books that was an absolute Bible for the IC patients about 20 years ago was this book, Patient to Patient Managing IC Related Conditions by Gay and Andrew Sandler. And this book was the first book that talked about central sensitization, chemical sensitivity. Gay's a friend of mine. She is the one who absolutely opened our eyes about how so many patients are chemically sensitive and what we can do to get through the day. So anyway, we are finally, she issued a second book called what was that book called? Hold on. I think I have it in my bookcase. Here it is. Okay, I'm going to say that herbal coffee is just like regular coffee in that you end up kind of with this aftertaste in your mouth. I have a little aftertaste in my mouth. I'm drinking my pumpkin spice herbal tea also. Okay. Okay, so her second book was this book, The Proactive Patient Managing IC and Related Conditions. And unfortunately, the publisher went out of business. And so this has not been available for about 5 or 6 years. And so what we're doing now is we're reissuing this book. We're going to retitle it as the second edition of this book, and the IC Network is going to publish it. And I've written the first chapter, and it's all about subtyping and all the variants of IC. And so anyway, I was editing one of her new sections, and we were talking a little bit about disability insurance. It is true that quite a few patients who struggle with IC cannot work. Okay, why can't you work? Because you're running to the bathroom every 15 minutes, or the drive to work is hard. I remember when my IC was really bad at the beginning, man, just hitting a speed bump in the parking lot at my job was pretty rough. I mean, obviously I'm way better now and I can do that, but when you're in the midst of intense IC, it's pretty hard to make that drive or make that commute. So there comes a time when you might have to consider disability. But it's important that you understand that there are 4 types of disability insurance, and they're not all the same. So let me explain those for a moment. Type number 1 is private insurance. So if you are lucky enough to have an employer who gives you good benefits and they give you good private benefits, you might have private disability insurance. I will tell you, in my experience, their threshold for defining a disability is pretty high. Sometimes they require you to apply for another insurance before they will give it to you, but that is kind of a best case scenario if you do indeed have private insurance. The second type of disability is state disability insurance as compared to federal. Every state in the United States, and also I think that this is true for Canada, although Canada's system is a little bit different. Um, if you ever look at your paycheck stub, you will see a deduction for SDI, state disability insurance. And state disability insurance is short term insurance. It normally lasts a year. It's not gonna go longer with that, and this is the insurance that you use if you're having a baby or you had a car accident or you're dealing with a broken leg. And so, the intent with disability insurance is to help you through a short-term issue, but the long-term goal of state disability insurance is to get you back to work. They want you and they want to help you get back to work. So as an example, I got state disability insurance for a year from August of 1993 to August of 19 or July of 1994. And you can work when you're on state disability insurance, but you have to report your income. So if you can only go back part-time, as I did, I started working a couple of hours a day, you report that income and they take that out of your check. State disability insurance really doesn't give you a lot of money, but it's a every little bit counts. I mean, I'll be honest here, I lived on credit cards for 5 years after mine started. I think some of you guys know my story where my first diagnosis was chemical cystitis because I was swimming in a swimming pool that made a massive mistake with their chemicals, and I got a chemical burn. And there are, according to the Center for Disease Control, that's happened about 5,000 times. It tends to be a rare pool injury. So what it did, I swallowed this massive level of acid and whatever else was in their pool bomb, and I was burned from my kidneys down, my ureters down. I mean, just hamburger, right? So it was pretty bad back then. Okay, so I got the SDI for a year and as things slowly healed. Because if there's one thing you can count on, is that the human body is absolutely wired to repair injury. Healing does happen. It does happen, but we have to understand your variant. I'm going to get into that in a bit. All right. So I was on state disability for a year, and about 6 months in, I had to decide if if I wanted to apply for federal disability. There are two types of federal disability. There's Social Security disability and there's supplemental security income. The difference between the two is Social Security disability is an insurance program you pay into. This is the same insurance program that basically gives you Social Security retirement benefits. So again, if you look at your paycheck, there is a withdrawal for Social Security. To be qualified for Social Security, you must have worked roughly 10 years or earned 40 quarters. So every year is a quarter. And so it's really, really important, guys, even if you're working part-time right now, make sure you even if you lost money, you gotta file your taxes so you get tax credit for that quarter. You get tax credit for that quarter. And so with this system, you have to have worked and paid into the system to get these benefits. The only exception is if you're under the age of 30 and there's no way you could have worked 10 years, then they have an income test. So many patients in their 20s get it, but you're not going to get it if you haven't worked. You've got to work and pay into the system. Now, understand too that if you wait too long, so let's say you get married or you stop working or you've got someone who's supporting you and you think I don't need insurance and you wait several years. If you wait too long, you're going to lose it. You're going to lose it. You have to be actively working and paying into the system. And I think it's 5 years, but I don't quote me. Do your own research, go to ssa.gov and read about it. So, back in early 1994, when I was 6 months into my state insurance, I had to decide, do I want to apply for state disability? Well, by that time, we knew what I had. My diagnosis was chemical cystitis slash interstitial cystitis. And I was getting better modestly over time. And so I decided at that point in time that I did not want to apply for it. I wanted to focus on trying to work. And so I started working from home, doing other things. It was writing, consulting, stuff like that. And I ended up not applying for Social Security disability. But if you're at the point where you cannot function and your doctor says you've got a doctor who's supporting you, who says that you've got really severe symptoms. And again, the point of Social Security disability, the assumption is that you won't be able to work again. State disability, the assumption is you're going to be able to work again. Social Security disability is the assumption is your symptoms are so severe, you're permanently disabled, and you have to have a doctor who's willing to say he thinks you're permanently disabled, and you go through that process. Okay. Now, the fourth type, supplemental security income, that's the insurance that was created for people who are born with a variety of disabilities, like if you're blind, things like that. Or if you are impoverished, if you've never worked, if you have basically no resources, you can apply for supplemental security income also at your Social Security office. Okay. But now let's talk about what makes a good application. So, so you've got to understand that if you looked at me and if I looked at you, you don't look disabled because you can't see it, right? You can't see what's going on in your bladder. You can't see what's going on in your pelvic floor. And my first job after college, after I left pharmacology, as I worked for Social Security for a year, I was a black lung coal mine specialist, right? That was my thing, was I was supposed to be doing black lung coal mining resource. And as they go through your application and you go through your interview, they look at you and they go, are you disabled? You don't look disabled. Plus, you're wearing makeup. You're not going to the bathroom. You don't appear to be in pain. And so part of that application process is somebody's judgment about you. And that's where it gets really tricky because and this is sometimes where patients really make mistakes because you get all done up when you go into your Social Security office for your interview. Don't do that. You got to walk in ugly. I mean, I'm not lying. You've got to walk in and show them the real you, not the pretend you. You know, some of you go to the doctor and the doctor says, "How are you?" And you say, "Fine," and you're not fine, but you just say fine anyway. Well, you can't do that at Social Security. At Social Security, if they walk in and they go, "How are you?" You say, "Terrible. I haven't slept for 6 months. I got up 10 times last night. Here is my voiding diary." Right? Here is my voiding diary. Um, you have to be able to describe what's going on, and more importantly, you got to give them solid information. So there was an IC patient years ago who worked in and I have her story on our website. She's an absolute heroine in the IC movement. She is a hero to the nth degree because Not only did she apply for disability insurance, she was denied, 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 and she appealed, deny, appeal, deny, appeal, and she got all the way up to a federal court and she won. The reason why she got denied, so you're so understand that when you make your application, you send it in the first time, almost everybody is denied. It is an unwritten rule that one of the ways you get rid of phony applicants is by just denying them, and then you see who's willing to fight back. I mean, I never saw that written in Social Security materials, but that absolutely was fairly routine. So if you apply for Social Security and you're denied the first time, oh my God, don't take that personally. They're testing your mettle. They're really testing your mettle more than anything else. And so you immediately appeal. Immediately appeal. Okay. So what she did in her appeal is she kept talking about her frequency urgency. But the judge who ruled on her appeal said there was no proof of her frequency urgency. And he called it it was subjective evidence. Do we believe a patient who says they're getting up at night? And this judge and a few others past them in this woman's case said, no, we don't believe her. We don't believe her. And in his argument, he said something like, we can't rule that she has frequency because her doctor never witnessed it. Her doctor never witnessed it. And of course, the flaw with that line of thinking is well, the doctor's not in her house in the middle of the night. He can't witness it. He can't witness it. And in the end, that's how she won. The attorneys argued successfully to the federal judge that that is an impossible standard. You cannot expect a doctor to witness a patient's frequency and urgency. Okay? But here's the deal, guys. You know, the one thing she didn't do that she should have done is she should have done a voiding diary. And that's what you need to be doing right now. If you think you're getting to the point where you're going to apply for disability insurance, you should immediately start doing a voiding diary, and that tracks. And I'll show you one of my old ones. Let's see if I can find it. I usually keep one around. Oh, I don't know. It's not here. Okay. So get a spiral notebook, and every page is a day. So put the date at the top. Write down the time that you pay, an approximate volume, and then rate your pain on a scale of 1 to 10. Okay? And then at the end of the day, add up the number of times you paid, 25, 30, 10, 12, whatever. Do that for a couple of days before your doctor's appointments. Photocopy it, give it to your doctor, put it in your medical record. Because when you then give your medical records to Social Security, they will have physical proof of your frequency. And she would have been approved at the next level if she had proof. And that's why when you walk into the Social Security office and you have your interview for your application, you're not going to dress up. You're going to look your normal self when you're in pain, which is, hard. And then hopefully you will have your voiding diary and you will show it to this Social Security staffer and go back pages and go, look, I got up 10 times last night. Yet before that, I was up 15 times. And you're showing them hard data. And this hard data is so useful. It's useful for making your case for disability. But the other thing that it's really useful for is it will help you track how you're responding to therapies. And that's why I did it. It will show you little flares like that typical flare for women when you ovulate that normally lasts 6 to 8 hours or a day. That was the first thing my voiding diary taught me was, "Oh, look at that. Every time I ovulate, I have a flare. Okay, I don't need to worry about that. Don't need to get upset about that. That's my ovulation flare." And it will show a slow, gradual change in your symptoms. Um, understand too. Okay, wait. Sue says she can barely hear me. Is that true? Okay, let me stop for a moment here. And hold on, I'm going to scroll down. Okay, guys, how's the sound? Testing 1, 2, 3. How is the sound? Give me some feedback here. You sound fine. Wendy says it's fine. Shirley says it's fine. John says it's fine. Becky says it's fine. Okay, so for those of you who it's not fine, I don't know what to do. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have no clue. I have no clue. Okay. So let me give you an example of how doing a voiding diary helped me. It was summer of 1993. My pain was insane. I was referred to UC San Francisco. Oh, Eileen says to tell everybody, turn up the volume on your computer. Yeah, try that, guys. Turn up your volume. Okay, I was referred to UC San Francisco. At that point in time, I knew nothing about IC. I didn't even know really, I didn't really understand the chemical problem that I was having, the chemical burn. And at that point in time, I was just begging for the doctor to do something because that's what you do when you're in a lot of pain. You beg. And um, Dr. Marshall Stoller, UC San Francisco, was the guy who invented urgent PC or the ankle nerve stimulation. And I walked into his office. And the very first thing he said to me was, "You're in agony right now, aren't you?" And I was like, and he was the first doctor to really respect the fact that I was in major pain. And so I started doing that ankle stimulation. I was in the very first group of patients in the world who ever did the ankle stimulation. And I still have the tattoos on my ankles for doing that. Now, what I was doing was avoiding diary at the same time. So if I hadn't done avoiding diary, I would have said it would have failed and I would have stopped at week 3. But at week 4, I had my first 2 hours without pain. At week 7, I had my first day without pain. But if you'd asked me if I hadn't been doing that, if this was helping me, I would have said no. I would have said no, and I would have abandoned a treatment that was really good for me. So doing that voiding diary gives you good, hard, solid data. I could look at that voiding diary, and even though my pain was still a 9 out of 10, instead of peeing 20 times a day, I was peeing 15 times a day. I could not deny the fact that something was changing for the better. I would never have seen that if I had not been doing my voiding diary. Never. So do your voiding diaries, okay? All right, that's my little so there's more information as well as that patient story on our website, icnetwork.org. And if you're thinking about applying for disability insurance, go check out that resource center right there. I will tell you that lots and lots of patients have successfully gotten disability insurance at the state level and at the federal level, but you're going to work harder for the federal insurance. Okay. You mean be prepared to work. Don't take it personally if you're denied. Remember, it's just routine. They're gonna deny you, or you might get a staff member who's having a bad day who just denies it. It happens. I mean, I worked in the San Rafael office and San Francisco office for a year. I saw it. Went back to grad school. Praise God, hallelujah. Thank God I got out of there. Um, the reason why I quit is I had a client try to strangle me at work. My office was outside of San Quentin prison. And so guys getting out of prison would come over to our office to pick up their check. And the FBI was for those of you who know San Rafael, California, there's one 8-story or 10-story building in downtown San Rafael. That's a federal building. I was up on the very top floor. The FBI was 2 floors down. And so at least twice a month, somebody would get violent in our office and the FBI would have to come and wrestle them to the ground. And we did an FBI self-defense course. And one of my coworkers was actually murdered in the parking lot, but not at that office, in another office. So hella scary place to work. Don't be offended if you have to talk through a bulletproof window, because we didn't have bulletproof windows. Months after I left, they moved to an office where everybody had bulletproof windows. So Social Security is a pit to work in. They're good people trying their best, but they have hard days and it's a terrible working environment. Terrible working environment. It would have crushed my soul if I had stayed there. Carolyn says, had urgency frequency bad in May, went to the urologist. She showed me an ultrasound that had two fibroids with a large one pressing on your bladder. Carolyn, what'd you do about that? Did you guys treat it? That is a perfect example. This is why I rail and rail and rail against people saying IC is an incurable bladder disease. It's not. It's not. It's a pelvic pain syndrome for which many different things can trigger your bladder symptoms. Do not assume you have a disease destroyed bladder. That is absolutely not the case for many of us. And Carolyn is a perfect example. She's a perfect example of somebody who had, quote, icy like symptoms because she had fibroid tumors. And we know that if the fibroid gets treated, they can either embolize it, they can cut it out. I did a whole article on endometriosis and fibroids in our magazine last year. What we know is for this group of patients, if that fibroid is treated, 65 to 70% are cured, cured of their IC symptoms. So you as the patient have to go through a lot of stuff to try to really narrow down your diagnosis. So we got to rule out a lot of things. You got to rule out infection. You gotta, and that's a whole nother complicated story. We've got to rule out bladder stones. We've got to rule out chemical irritation. If you've gone through chemotherapy, that could cause this. If you use ketamine, that could cause this. Ketamine is the only absolutely preventable form of cystitis. Ketamine is a recreational drug that's replaced heroin in many parts of the world, but what ketamine does is it's basically like an industrial solvent and it dissolves tissue. It will ulcerate the bladder very, very quickly and damage the kidneys and the ureters and all sorts of bad things. So, ketamine can trigger these symptoms. Pelvic floor dysfunction can trigger these symptoms. Um, Endometriosis can trigger these symptoms. Tarlov cysts off the spinal cord can trigger these symptoms. There are a number of things that need to be ruled out. We've come so far in 25 years. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. And it's wonderful because now we don't have to condemn a patient to being in pain all the time. Now we can really figure it out. Back in the old days, Elmarin was approved in 1996. Right from the get-go, there were a lot of patients who never responded to Elmarin. Elmarin actually in clinical trials has a fairly poor success rate, usually no better than placebo or slightly above placebo. The question is, well, why, if IC is quote unquote a bladder disease, why wouldn't Elmarin help? And the answer is, well, because a lot of patients have pelvic floor dysfunction. A lot of patients have pelvic floor injury, pelvic floor trauma. Of course, a bladder coating isn't going to work at all. A bladder coating is going to work if you've got estrogen atrophy, maybe if you're going through chemo and you need an extra layer of coating in there. Elmarin's not going to work for Hunter's lesion. Elmarin's not going to work for pudendal nerve entrapment. Elmarin might be slightly helpful for central sensitization because, again, it'll put a nice extra coating on the bladder to protect those nerves. Okay, guys, listen, don't take it personally if I miss your question because they scroll through very quickly on Facebook. And so please ask them again because I had to scroll down to do the sound check. Miranda says, I've been to 4 doctors and now my urologist gave you a workup, said you were disabled and you would always have this, and I was going to get worse, not better, and I will always have it. I have an amazing doctor. So, Miranda, what I would really love to know for you is what is your subtype? Are you bladder wall driven? Do you have Hunner's lesions or do you have pelvic floor or something else? I don't accept that. I don't accept that there's no hope. I think the worst thing that a doctor can do is tell a patient that there's no hope. Also, what research studies have shown is that IC is usually not progressive. What we see with IC is that patients in the first 6 months usually get to their worst, and then as they start doing therapies and self-help, they get better. So the first 6 months tend to be the worst, and then they improve unless there's something else going on that's been missed. You guys are so good at supporting each other. Like literally, you don't even need me in here. I love the way you talk to each other. Lisa says maybe some of you should purchase the Dandy Blend on Amazon and give it a shot. Yeah, I think you should. I mean, honestly, it says right here, no acidity. Let me try it again, guys. For those of you who just came in, we did a little taste test with this new thing we heard about called Dandy Blend, which is an herbal coffee. And so here it is. What 20-30 minutes later, it still smells like coffee. It kind of has I mean, for me, I would have to put sugar in it. I don't like bitterness. It's a wee bit bitter, a little bit of sugar on it, a little bit of milk in it or milk mix in it would be great. But I'm telling you, it tastes like coffee to me. So much so, I'm going to see if we can get it into our store. I mean, I think it'll be interesting. Oh, yeah. Hey, on the sound, Kay, sometimes people accidentally mute their video window. So look for the little speaker at the bottom of the video window and check your volume there. There's two places you control volume. One actually on the video itself or the stream itself, and then the other on your computer. Lisa says sitting for a long period of time is a flare for causer, and mine is too. I right now am sitting on my stool. What is that? Oh, that's my tag. And then on top of that, I've got my bladder and prostate friendly chair cushion because my tender bits are just a wee bit sensitive at the moment. Alrighty. Eileen says CBD in pill form helps, but not good for the tummy. Let's see. All right, let's go back to Facebook here. So, guys, when I'm looking up, I'm looking at Facebook. When I'm looking down, I'm looking at YouTube, just so you know. All right, behave, computer. Sue says, I have a lot of documentation, but worked 12 years and took off time to raise your adopted children. Yeah. Well, the documentation is just critical. Brenda says, what does that mean, a chemical burn? Well, okay, so Brenda, if you ever have, let me give you two good examples. Uh, Vinegar. If you were to swirl vinegar in your mouth and you had a canker sore in your mouth, that would hurt, right? You know, our we have skin that protects us. But if that skin is damaged, irritants in whatever's in that liquid can penetrate more deeply into tissue. And so chemotherapy ends up, and even if you're a smoker or if you're drinking a lot of coffee or a lot of diet soda or a lot of artificial sugar, what happens is your urine becomes kind of this toxic acidic stew. And it will sit on your bladder, as you know, especially if you're holding your urine for a long period of time and you're not drinking a lot of water, you're creating really dark, irritating urine. And there's a consequence to that. You know, you got to remember that your body was designed for life thousands of years ago when they did not have soda and coffee and all this stuff. Especially if you're a Northern European like I am. We didn't have acids back then. My lineage didn't have citrus fruit maybe until the last 1,000 years or 800 years. And so our body has a certain threshold of acid before that acid causes damage. And what it would do is it would cause blistering. It would cause redness and blistering and irritation. And so what the pool chemicals did to me is caused a really significant damage. Ironically, I couldn't sue because there was no research proving the pool chemicals did this until last year, when the Center for Disease Control finally issued their chemical safety data, and it showed that thousands of patients have had exactly the same thing that has happened to me. And I probably personally worked with a couple hundred patients and who are diagnosed with IC now, whose symptoms started exactly the same way, including a swim coach at the University of California, a lady who got a new hot tub, and so they installed the hot tub at her house. She filled it up with water, threw all the chemicals in it, and she said, "Can I get in?" And they said yes. And she got into fresh chemicals. She didn't, and she was burned terribly by the chemicals, and that's how her IC started. Normally, when you put pool chemicals in, you wait 24 hours and let the chemicals gas off and do whatever they need to do before you get in. Lisa Meyer says, I can't say enough about Desert Harvest freeze dried aloe vera and pre-leaf. Well, let me show this to you. Hopefully, hold on. Hopefully, you have seen the new blog I put up a couple days ago comparing all of the supplements. And here's what we do know is that the great majority of traditional medications for IC have now been linked to pretty serious side effects, potentially permanent side effects. So we learned exactly a year ago that Elmeron can cause eye disease, pigmentary maculopathy. And then we learned a couple of months ago that the bladder antimuscarinics, which are the detrols, the diterpans, the oxybutynin, as well as the Elavils, the amitriptyline, the nortriptyline, imipramine, have now been linked to dementia if you use them 3 years or longer and you're of an older age, right? So many patients now are um, out of no choice, have turned instead to supplements. And thankfully, the American Urology Association kind of endorses that as a step one treatment option. Why? Because supplements don't come with the same level of side effects as traditional medications. And one of the supplements that they specifically talk about in their guidelines is calcium glycerophosphate, also known as pre-leaf, because what this can do is reduce the acid level in your urine so your urine isn't so irritating. And in fact, Preleaf is a company that we've worked with for over 20 years. And they sponsor this live event. So thank you, Preleaf, for sponsoring this. Um, and so this is usually the first supplement that many patients will try, but you can't take it like candy. You do not eat it like candy. If you do, you could end up with too much calcium, and you could start throwing calcium-based kidney stones. Or if you're already prone to kidney stones, then this is probably not a product for you to use. See, this cushion I'm sitting on top of this is sliding. All right, so that's one. Here's Desert Harvest Aloe. This is their old packaging, and I'll show you their new beautiful packaging. They finally rebranded, and so this is what the new aloe products are going to look like. Aloe is very calming and soothing to the bladder, and this is the only supplement company that did a double-blind, placebo-controlled study to determine if their product was helpful with IC. And in fact, in that study, it was. They are in the process of doing more research this year. Um, I don't remember with another. I don't remember which university. Well, who knows? Maybe one of them will come in. One of the staff or owners will come into the chat today, and we can ask them. So here we have Lisa on YouTube who says that this really helps her, and that's great. Honestly, that's great. If there's a challenge with this, is that some people are aloe intolerant, and aloe can give people stomach distress. So Desert Harvest Aloe has been around for over 20 years and has a really good, solid track record. The newer supplements that um, we're now using instead of Sister Protect, I do have um, encouraging news about Cysto Protect. So, for those of you who were Cysto Protect users, Cysto Protect was created by Dr. Thea Harides, federally funded IC researcher at Tufts University. He invented it about 20 years ago. It has helped thousands of patients who have bladder wall issues. Um, and unfortunately, the new bottles last May came with cancer warnings. And of course, who in their right mind is going to take a supplement 2 times a day that says warning, cancer and reproductive harm? I use Cysto Protect. I certainly wouldn't do it. So we've talked about this a lot before. We may have the product again corrected by the end of the year, and I will have more information on that. But I am encouraged with my discussions about Cysto Protect. But in the meantime, where do you get it? If you are willing to take the Cysto Protect and deal with the cancer warning, you can buy it from the company directly, cysto-protect.com. We are down to our last 20 bottles. I am not reordering it. I am not promoting it because I am extremely uncomfortable telling anybody that it's okay to take something with a cancer warning. I know that I personally will never take it with a cancer warning. That is the decision that I made that very first day when all this broke. So what do we do instead? If you cannot get Cysto Protect, and Cysto Protect is now gone from Amazon, even the international version, it has all been removed from Amazon. So if you were buying your Cysto Protect from Amazon, you will not be able to get it there either. Um, there was a company that was breaking the licensing agreement and selling the international version to American patients, and finally, uh, yeah, it's a whole nother long story. Okay, so Cysto Protect is no longer available on Amazon. So again, we're down to our last couple bottles, but you can absolutely buy it from the company. If you're in the US, just go to cysto-protect.com, but you're going to be getting the ones with cancer label. Or if you're in any place but the US, if you're in Canada, you can just go right to algonaut.com and buy it, and they will ship it to you for $39. The international patients get a much better pricing than the American patients because the American patients, the American system has, they sold the US licensing rights off, and there's intermediaries, and everybody's taking a penny. So, Cysto Protect in the US is $10 more. Okay, so anyway, what do? The supplement that's the closest to Cysto Protect is Bladder Rest. And we helped this company come up with an option when they found out about Sister Protect going on, they said, we will help you. We will create an option for you. And so that's what Bladder Rest is. It is a stronger formula than Sister Protect. It's got more of the essential ingredients in. Took out the chondroitins, took out the glucosamine because that was considered the least important ingredient. Put in a couple of amino acids and an avocado oil base rather than olive oil, so it's much more heat tolerant, and it's $10 less. So you could try the Bladder Rest. This is not a substitute for Cysto Renew. If you're using Cysto Renew has aloe in it. Bladder Rest does not have aloe in it. Okay, or you can try Bladder Builder. And Bladder Builder is the big project that we've been all working on for a year, trying to come up with something that kind of focused on on systemic body health. So what's cool about Bladder Builder is, in addition to the bladder ingredients, it's got collagen in it. It's got some important amino acids, vitamins in it, but most importantly, it has PEA in it for pain relief. And of course, we now have Peora. And Peora is a very similar to the formula used in Europe for the big IC research study that was published a couple of months ago, which showed that every IC patient who used PEA had a significant reduction in their pain at 6 months, including patients who were pain-free. And so this is also an over-the-counter product that might help with pain. But of course, the challenge here is we're all different. We're all unique. I was working with one patient who's in here right now who tried Peora and tried bladder rest, and well, I think it was okay. I was late when I answered your email. You know who I'm talking. You know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to you down on YouTube. You know who you are. She felt that it was making her hungrier, but she thought it had raised her blood pressure a little bit. But ironically, we just gotten an email from somebody who said it lowered his blood pressure. So there's no way to tell you which supplement might work for you. It's trial and error. You gotta just try a small amount, see how you do. And if a supplement doesn't work, just know that there are other things that you can try if you are uncomfortable with the traditional treatments, as many patients are right now. If if you're struggling with frequency urgency and you don't want to take the ditripans and those things, the medication that doctors are suggesting to those patients is called mirabegron, and it does not contain the same risk. So mirabegron is something that people are going to be turning to more. Mirabegron. You know what? Let me just write it. I'm going to write it in chat here. Hold on a sec. Mirabegron might help frequency and urgency and does not come with the risks of dementia. All right. So guys, I just put that on Facebook. I'm on YouTube. I'm doing that to you. She says, Lisa says, it was me, guys. For frequency, urgency does not come with the risk of dementia. All right. Lisa says, how can we increase our vitamin C without causing a flare? Mine is very low. Well, number one, you can try low acid vitamin C. You can try an ester C, or you could do an ester C with maybe a pre-leaf that might reduce some of the extraneous acid, or you could do multi-right. This is my bottle. I'm down to my last 10. I lost my label on it. So multi-right is a low acid multivitamin, and its vitamin C comes from here, hold on a sec. Calcium ascorbate rather than ascorbic acid. So this is much more better. Or how about just eating some of those foods that are high in vitamin C, like bell peppers, green bell peppers, pretty IC friendly. Broccoli. Google vitamin C veggies. Also, the book "A Taste of the Good Life," a cookbook for an IC diet, has a whole appendix on the IC friendly foods or the vitamins. Let me see if I can find that. All right. So for those of you who have this book, A Taste of the Good Life, a cookbook for an IC diet, which is now out of print, out of production. I don't think we're ever going to get it again. She has retired. Beverly, the author of this book, the smartest IC patient in the world, in my opinion, is retiring. She is not going to do IC stuff anymore. So hold on a sec. I'm hoping that I can get the rights to reprint this because this is such an awesome book. All right, so let's see here. All right. So if you happen to have this book, one of the appendix is Appendix A, nutrients and what they do. So she goes over the basic, the basic minerals and vitamins and stuff like that. And then what she does is she gives the IC friendly alternatives for that. So here's vitamin C, needed for the formation of collagen, absorption of iron, and strong capillary walls and blood vessels, important for wound healing. So, what can you do if you need vitamin C? Eat green bell peppers, potatoes, and green leafy vegetables like cabbage, spinach, and lettuce. If you ever, again, I'm really going to try. I've already asked her if I could just buy this from her so that we can do reprints as is, because this is an amazing resource. It might be older, but it doesn't matter. The information in it is solid, solid good. Okay, it's time for the cushion to go away. We'll see how long I last. Lisa says bell peppers kill your bladder, but you can eat broccoli. Have you noticed a difference between yellow bell peppers versus green bell peppers? Kay's asking, what's my opinion of L-theanine for stress, sleep, and mood? I don't have an opinion. I'm not familiar. I'm not familiar with people using it. I don't have anybody reporting flares from it, but I'm probably the wrong person to ask about that. Somebody's asking about sparkling water. Can I see patients drink sparkling water? Many patients can. Usually, the brand that is usually recommended is San Pellegrino. I do LaCroix. My issue with sparkling water is that sometimes it just makes me very gassy and bloated, but it's never irritated my bladder. Laura says, "Can I take a lot of pre-leaf? Is there a limit?" Hell yeah, there's a huge limit, Laura. Really, you only take 1 or 2 pills before a meal. You never take a lot of pre-leaf because it's calcium, and that calcium has to go somewhere. And where it ends up ultimately is either gonna be somehow used in a bony structure, but most of it's gonna end up in your kidney, and your body's gonna get rid of it, and that's where calcium crystals merge together and create stones. The last thing you want are kidney stones. They are agony. Lisa says she cannot tolerate any peppers. Even smelling them causes you a flare. Wow. I believe you. It happens. We are also uniquely different. I couldn't eat peppers for years, but not for my bladder, for my stomach. But now I have no problems with it. Teresa says, having a blood flare, yeast infection, very swollen. What is best to use? You started D-Manos yesterday. Well, so D-Manos is not going to do anything for a yeast infection, Teresa. What's going to work for a yeast infection is going to be an antifungal, and making sure that you're not feeding the yeast with sugar. So there's a wonderful book called The Yeast Connection that might really help you if you're struggling with chronic yeast. And of course, it was our own National Institutes of Health who discovered that many patients having flares actually had candida growths in their urine. That some of the flares that we have could be due to an overgrowth of fungus. And so, if that's the case, and of course, the sad part here is traditional urine testing doesn't test for fungal infections, but next generation DNA testing will test for a fungal infection. Angela says, "Is there a definitive list on the website of everything we should rule out?" Yeah, but I'm going to do another one. I want to do I because we've learned so much more now. I'm going to do another really intensive list. I'm with a checklist of things for people to rule out. Christy says, "What's the best treatment for Hunner's lesions?" The best treatment for Hunner's lesions is a steroid injection injected directly into the middle of the lesion, or cauterization. They'll do laser therapy or cauterize it. Those are the two most common that you're going to find doctors doing. Hyperbaric oxygen therapy has also been found helpful for Hunner's lesions. And we did an article on that. Let's see. You can find that article in our early spring 2019 IC Optimist, hyperbaric oxygen therapy for Hunner's lesions. By just going over to our website and go to the section on Hunner's lesions, and that'll get you started. But to answer your question, the best treatment for Hunner's lesions, in my opinion, is called Liris, Liris, also known as the lidocaine pretzel. It's the first treatment in history to heal lesions in 2 weeks. However, it has been shelved by Allergan. It is not available right now. And so apparently they've decided it's not going to make them enough money. And it is a great tragedy. But there is hope. But hun, listen, if you got lesions, you gotta understand you got wounds in your bladder, and so you gotta be really good with your diet while those wounds are active, you know? I can show you a picture if you want. Oh, and we're getting closer to setting up the streams. I was doing a lot of testing last night. It's hard. All the technology is hard. Let me see if I've got a picture here. Yeah, here it is. All right. So if you want to see what a Hunner's lesion looks like, these are lesions from 16 patients. They tend to have a center area, and then they have red arms radiating from that center area. So this is a really good one. Hunner's lesions, when you biopsy them, are filled with inflammation. They are incredibly inflamed. So using a steroid at the center of the lesion can help reduce some of that inflammation. But the real question is, why is there inflammation? And the answer is, for some patients, it's because there might be a viral infection in that lesion. Some of the new research from Europe has identified viruses in these patients. Although another doctor said we've always known there are viruses in urine, but anyway, it's a whole another school of thought here. So everybody in the world agrees that patients with lesions represent their own unique group, because your biopsy results are different from everybody else's biopsy results. This is a profoundly irritated bladder. And yet, ironically, for some patients, lesions just spontaneously disappear. And then for others, lesions, you can get more lesions, or lesions can recur. It's one of the great challenges of IC and of us trying to understand why these happen. Now, I want you to compare that picture with this picture. This is not a lesion. This is more the picture of an irritated, traumatized, wounded bladder wall. So this represents the majority. This might be 5 to 10% of patients out there, where this is more like, 30 to 40% of patients out there. And this is more a sign of a bladder that has been profoundly irritated, injured, traumatized. Again, diet, ketamine, chemo, maybe chronic fungal infection, maybe chronic bacterial infection going on here with those pictures. Let's see here. Looks like you guys you're talking a little bit about Dr. Malone. Dr. Malone Lee, who I admire tremendously. Cheryl says, I have horrible pelvic floor issues. If I take a muscle relaxer, it helps tremendously with the pelvic floor muscles. That's the only thing that helps with my pelvic floor pain. You know what? I'm the same way, Cheryl. I started having this tingling, really weird. I call them prickles in my vulva. And I thought it was estrogen atrophy because coconut oil makes it go away. And yet, for the last 6, 7 months, these prickles would happen every now and then. And I finally got referred to a pelvic pain specialist at Kaiser, who, because I kept thinking it was estrogen atrophy or yeast or chronic infection, even though the next gen test didn't find any. But it was a pelvic pain specialist who went, Jill, don't you have pelvic floor dysfunction? Yeah. And isn't your left side bothering you? Yeah. And don't you have your prickles on your left side? Yeah. And she goes, girl, it's your muscles. Your muscles are too tight. And so I started taking my Flexeril every night, quarter of a pill, and the prickles went away. And I'm starting pelvic floor physical therapy again on Tuesday. Yep. Oh, the joys. Heather says she found out that her rectal muscles are in the same side shape as your pelvic floor. Yeah, I think mine are too, to be quite honest. Linda says, I was on antibiotics for years for constant, quote, bladder infections. Could that cause IC? Uh, um, Chemicals can irritate the bladder. There are some medications that can irritate the bladder. But Linda, I would challenge you, and that is, how do you know they were bladder infections? Could that have early on been something else instead? Could your bladder have been irritated by chemicals? You got to remember the bladder only knows one language: frequency, urgency, pressure, pain. You could have a bullet wound or a stab wound, it would feel like infection. Everything feels like infection because that's the only way that the bladder can tell you that there's a problem, is with frequency urgency. And we all, when you have those symptoms, we all think infection, but it might not have been. It might not have been infection. It could have easily been a pelvic floor problem, super tight pelvic floor muscles restricting blood flow to the bladder, or it could have been diet induced irritation. It could have been any number of things. There was one research study years ago where they followed these were women who had been taking antibiotics for 10 years or longer for their quote unquote UTI. And they did a case review. And what they found for all of these women but one is that all the women had no positive urine tests. Only one did. And that really, at that point in time, showed that the assumption that these are infection is a mistake, because for some of you, it could have been fibroids. For some of you, it could have been a chemical injury or diet or pelvic floor. And yes, some people could have chronic bacterial or fungal infections, and finding those is the challenge. You have to find those with next generation urine testing potentially. It's a whole nother story we can get into. Doctor told me you could Brenda says, "Doctor told me you could do Botox, but you would come out of recovery with a tremendous amount of pain." That's interesting. So, you're probably having pain. You would probably have pain because they have to do a hydrodistension to stretch your bladder so that they can visualize it enough to give you the Botox treatment. And I have to wonder, maybe he's overstretching the bladder a little bit. I would ask him why. What is it about that treatment that causes more pain? And Brenda, your question is, has Botox worked? Yeah, you can come to our website and go to our section on Botox. We have a lot of research behind Botox. Botox is a step 4 treatment option in the AUA treatment guidelines. It's been used for many years. The great challenge with Botox is that um, as they do it, so imagine this is your bladder, right? So you got your bladder, and they give you kind of random shots of Botox in different parts of your bladder, hoping that it will silence the nerves, giving you frequency urgency. But it might also silence the nerve that helps you pee. And there's really no exact science to finding that. If they hit the nerve, they hit the nerve. If they don't, they don't. Some people come out of Botox therapy unable to pee on their own for a couple weeks or a couple months. So Botox therapy is normally not done for somebody who is incapable of self-catheterizing. So there is a risk with Botox. It is a smaller risk now because they now know a lower dose can be just as helpful as a higher dose for calming the bladder, and there's less risk of it causing long-term nerve silence. Botox can be also put directly into a pelvic floor area. I mean, it's used in a number of different ways. Linda says, which pool chemicals can cause the burns? All of them. All of them, but most specifically the bombs, the once a year or once a month or once every 6-month bomb, the massive acid bomb that they do, and chlorine bomb. Angela says, this is why I'm a big fan of salt water. Yes. Courtney says our base pool has a saltwater system and doesn't bother me. Awesome. Gosh, I would love to have a saltwater pool. I miss swimming. You guys, you're on Facebook. I know you're having conversations and I'm only seeing bits and pieces of it. Have you, Rebecca's telling Jay, have you considered seeing a pelvic floor specialist that she'll be seeing Jilly Bond? Yeah. Yeah. So, Jay, you got to understand a lot of patients are absolutely misdiagnosed with chronic UTI when actually it can be a muscle issue. And that is why in your diagnostic evaluation at that very first appointment, they should check your muscles. Because I will tell you, in the vast majority of men that I work with, the vast majority of them, their symptoms began with a muscle trauma. Um, Riding a motorcycle for a long period of time, falling, hitting your tailbone, being an athlete, especially a childhood athlete, creates a big risk factor for a kind of long-term pelvic floor trauma. One guy riding it was a 8-hour motorcycle ride through the redwoods here in California. Got off the motorcycle at the end of the ride, had IC symptoms. Given prostate meds, given antibiotics, none of that worked, and none of that worked because they misdiagnosed him. He had a pelvic floor injury, and when they treated the pelvic floor, his symptoms went away. Sue says, if you have hard water and can't use dryer sheets, will a water softener salt system be as bad, or is it okay if you're chemically sensitive? I don't know, hun. I don't know. Hey, we're bringing on the Echo Egg into our store. I'm really excited about the Echo Egg, which you put in your laundry in instead of soap. You get 200 washes out of it. It uses minerals, and I know that the Echo Egg has a dryer thing that you can use too. I didn't order them. I just ordered 2 cases of eggs. um, so Sue, go over to Echo Egg or Google Echo Egg and look at their dryer options because I think you can do those very safely. Hi, Monica. Sherry says the Calci blend versus pre-leaf. I wonder if Calci blend is limited and can give calcium stones too. I don't know. Let's look. Let's look. Isn't Calci blend? Isn't that more sodium hydroxide? Oh wait, hold on. I have to refresh my memory. Calci blend has a wine tamer also. Isn't that interesting? Well, what is it? I got the nutrition facts, but what are the ingredients? Oh, a calcium carbonate with potassium and magnesium. So it's calcium carbonate instead of calcium glycerophosphate. They're both calciums. They both, if you take too much of them, can potentially trigger calcium oxalate kidney stones. Along with almond milk, I mean, if you consume, I mean, remember, guys, you got to remember, you know, uh, if you've kind of stepped away from dairy and you're doing almonds, the human body was not designed to eat massive amounts of almonds every day. And almond milk is a lot of almonds that have been pressed to give you that. And almonds are high in something called oxalates. And so there has been an increase in calcium oxalate kidney stones among almond milk drinkers too. That's why I do coconut milk when I do it. Sue says, Dr. Peters told you about Peora, but how does it work? I just order it, but not much info on it. There's a lot of research. It was like over 750 articles in the National Library of Medicine about the main ingredient in Peora called palmitoethanolamide, also known as PEA. So PEA is has been used in Europe for more than a decade for chronic pain, and studies have linked it and have shown effectiveness. And here, hold on, let me just get them, and I can just tell you right from the research studies. Hold on. I did a blog comparing the 3 supplements too on our website, and that will help you. So the Piora is really just focused on pain relief. It doesn't have anything to do with, uh, calming and soothing the bladder or the bladder wall. So hold on a sec. Palmito. It's hard to spell. Alamide. Did I spell it right? Yeah, I did. All right. So if you go to pubmed.gov, and I'm gonna you can find the name of it on our website. The scientific name is called palmitoy ethanolamide. Um, so let's see. The first article here is for Alzheimer's. See, they get added every day. Palmitoethanolamide has been shown to have a bit of a neuroprotective effect, kind of calming and soothing of nerves. They say, in particular, the potential neuroprotective effect of PEA have been demonstrated in several experimental models of Alzheimer's disease. Interestingly, a single photon emission case study reported that a mild cognitive impairment patient treated for 9 months with PEA luteolin presented an improvement in cognitive symptoms. The neuroprotective effect of PEA on diabetic peripheral neuropathy, low back pain, sciatica. Here's a study of 600 patients who used it for sciatica. And the conclusions: PEA was extremely efficacious on pain and function in a large cohort of patients with low back pain. Although multiple mechanisms of action of PEA are ideal for mixed pain conditions such as low back pain and sciatica, the correlation between pain relief and the likelihood of neuropathic pain suggests a stronger action on the neuropathic pain component. There are two different forms of PEA. There's ultramicronized, which is super, super small, versus PEA. And the research hasn't really proven that one's better than the other. Some studies use the ultramicronized and some don't. We couldn't find, at least not we, the company that created Peora couldn't find proof that one was better than the other. Let's see. Let's just look at a couple more of these real quick. So here's one double-blind placebo-controlled study of palmitoethanolamide for symptoms of knee osteoarthritis. That was in June in the journal Inflammopharmacology. And the conclusion was the study demonstrated that PEA may be a novel treatment for attenuating pain and reducing other associated symptoms of knee osteoarthritis. Further studies are needed. And that was a study done in Australia and China. So it's encouraging and promising to at least have more resources like this. And of course, an ICPEA study was released specifically at the AUA conference in May, which showed that it was a smaller study in the area of 26 patients, 25, 26 patients. Don't quote me exactly on the number, but what it did find is at 3 months, 87% of patients using this PEA resveratrol formula had a significant reduction of pain. And at 6 months, every single patient in the study had a significant reduction in their pain, and 25% were pain free. And so, in this era where patients are not being given pain care, to have something like this to try is, in my opinion, important because suffering is real. And to throw somebody off of their pain meds and not have something that might help them is the height of cruelty, in my opinion. I'm against suffering. So if there's a chance that it might help, it might be worth exploring. Of course, talk with your doctor about it. Hello, Tanya. I Gina says, "Is mirabegron the same as mirabitric?" I believe that it is, or slightly different, but in the same class. Brenda says, "I've been diagnosed with IC for 10 years now, just been, but just has gotten worse in the last 1 to 4 years. And the last year I've dealt with pelvic floor dysfunction. You're on disability right now. Euro said to go on perm disability. I'm now suffering from some depression from not being able to do anything anymore." Okay, so Brenda, you are, as I say to every patient, an anatomical mystery to be solved. We have to understand why you're getting worse because that is unusual. That is unusual. Could you have gotten Are you getting worse because you've gone through menopause and your skin is dry and your bladder wall is drier, your vulva is dry, your urethra dry? That would be one thing that we would always look at in a person who suddenly gets worse is usually there's an influence with hormones and estrogen atrophy and or has your pelvic floor gotten worse? That's what I would want to know if I were you, hon. Come on, carry hope in your heart. I'm glad you're on disability because it helps financially, that helps, but I don't want you to give up. I want you to really keep focusing on trying to figure out what could be triggering it getting worse. And again, most common, could there be a chronic infection now? Could you have a chronic fungal infection? Could you have developed endometriosis? Could you have a fibroid tumor? Coulda. What the American Urology Association guidelines very clearly says to doctors treating patients that if a patient is worsening or not worsening over time rather than getting better, it is time to take a step back and revisit the diagnosis. Let's make sure we know what we're treating here. Could they have missed something else, like a Tarlov cyst? Thank you, Brenda. Brenda says, "This site is so amazing hearing from other patients who have this. Sometimes you feel like you're all alone." We did for many, many years live support group meetings over on our website, but they were in a chat room where you typed in and there was no video. Now that we can do video, it's great. And we will be streaming soon and we will be taking the support group meetings off of Facebook, off of YouTube, over onto a streaming service. And then we will be taking the best of the support group meetings in videos and putting them back on. Becky says, "How does one become a support group leader?" Easy. Easy. Come on over to our website, go into our support resources, and we have a whole guide on how to start a support group. um, when you're and guys, that this is a good caveat too, or a good transition to hello baby, IC Awareness Month, my friends. IC Awareness Month starts September 1st. So what the heck is IC Awareness Month? This is when you and I kick some butt. Listen, if you're not being treated well in your community, if you have doctors who don't know what IC is, if you're not being respected by your boss, by your employers, by your teachers, this is when we get to push back. And the way we do that is with information. If you go over to icawareness.org, that is our website for IC Awareness Month. And we finally finished it. Donna Townsend has been working with me. It's been a crazy summer. Normally we're done in June. We pushed it, it's a little slim, but anyway, we're there. Um, so IC Awareness Month has a whole bunch of things that you can do. Number one, we have posters. And in fact, where are my posters? Hold on. So every year we have a poster contest. And in fact, this gorgeous poster right here was made by a patient, and it is our number one poster it has been used around the world. Um, we have two official posters for this year. This is one of them. How cool is that? And our theme this year is "We Are Stronger Together." We are stronger together. Here's another one. Do you have IC? Are you living in the bathroom, can't sleep through the night? Do you have pain as your bladder fills with urine? Do you have pain before, during, or after intimacy? Does it feel like a UTI but no infection is found? You are not alone. Our goal, one of my dreams has been to have a poster, an IC poster in every urology office in the country, in the world. And so you can go on over to that website and you can print out a whole bunch of different posters. They're PDF files. They fit on a typical piece of paper, but you can also take them to a printer and have a big one done. You can do this one right here, and you can make your own and enter them in our poster contest. Our winner is going to get a $100 Amazon gift card. Second place gets a $50 Amazon gift card. Third place gets a $25 Amazon gift card. So if you can have your children do it, you can do it. Go for it. Go for it. We also have a meme contest where we create a whole bunch of funny memes, and hopefully, I'll be streaming next week and I can show you some of the memes. The memes are hysterical. So, memes are funny little images that people share through social networking. And those winners, again, $100, $50, $25. But really, the most important part of this is the press release, which is done, which you can now download. Because if you're being disrespected in your community, how do we change that? You change that by telling your story to your paper and getting a paper to do a story on it. Listen, the media doesn't want to do a story on IC. They don't want to do a story about me or the IC network or the ICA. That's not how you get meaningful, good stories in papers. It's about how people's lives are changed, either for the better or worse. And so what I have is a press release um, that you can include with your story and send it to your local paper by email and say, hey, you know what? I have had this pain for years and I've had doctors laugh at me. Nobody's taking me seriously and I'm suffering. Or you can talk about how you were thrown off of pain meds, or you can talk about something. We will send the press release out through the media. Cost $750 to do that. We'll be lucky to get 2 stories in the nation based on that press release, because that's just not media savvy, and they just don't care about stuff like that unless it's a member in their community who's been affected. So if you've been affected in some way, negatively or positively, like if, for example, next generation urine testing helped find a chronic infection, and you treated that infection and your symptoms went away, that's a really important story to tell, because we need to let other patients know that there's a new type of testing that they can do that might find the infection that other doctors have missed. So I really hope that you will join us this year. It's We have daily facts that you can send through all your social networking channels. Um, I, I I probably need to update those from a size standpoint. Finding the time to do it's a whole nother story. I also want to thank Donna Townsend, who's been very, very helpful this year with brainstorming on it. And we hopefully will have T-shirts that you will be able to buy, and the money for the T-shirts will go to research. So that's something that she is working on. All righty, let's keep going here. Molly, I'm trying to get used to a new hard bed, which caused a flare. I have nowhere to lay to take a break. I need some advice because this is wicked and it hurts bad. You know what, Molly? I would get a topper to put on top of the bed. Um, I I really love my pillow. I have I mean, I don't like the company's politics at all, but I have to say I love their pillows. And that's what I sleep with, is their pillows. And they have a topper that I've been wanting to try, but I have a really old mattress, but it's really perfect for me. But that's one of the hard things about buying new beds. If you buy if you buy it too firm. In fact, my mattress that I've been sleeping on is a new bed that my parents bought 20 years ago that was too firm for them, and I took it, and now it's perfect. So I think you need to look for a topper. Um, does it have cushioning on the top? Buying new mattresses is tricky. Man, it is hard. Hey, Rebecca, can anybody in the public join Dr. Malone Lee on his Facebook group? I haven't talked about him yet. I mean, I admire him tremendously. I gotta find that group. So guys, let me talk about that for a moment. So if there's been one major debate in the IC world for the last 40 years, 30 years, whatever, it's the role of infection. Are these symptoms caused by infection? Do IC patients have infection that everybody's missing? And the first doctor who promoted that was actually not an MD. Uh, he ran a lab. I don't remember what his degree was in. But he believed that IC was a result of a small chronic fastidious infection. His name was Dr. Paul Fugazzotto. We called him Dr. Fuzzy. And back in the 1990s, we all sent him urine, and he tested our urine with a quote unquote broth culture technique, and where he identified various infections. And back then, the recommendation was high levels of antibiotics. We all did it. I did it. And I did Augmentin for 3 months, gave me the worst drug-resistant yeast infection of my life that I had for 2 years. There are risks to taking antibiotics, but the greatest concern about Dr. Paul Fugazzotto, and I loved him. I had lunch with him. He's a lovely, sweet, kind, elderly man. He came. Oh, thank you, Lisa. He was a microbiologist. He came to the big urology conferences begging doctors to listen to him. They pretty much ignored him. But one of the reasons why he ignored them is, hold on a sec. Momo, you are so inappropriate right now. Would you please leave? Hold on, guys. We have a problem on YouTube. There you go. All right. People come in and they're inappropriate. Okay. So, the reason why Dr. Fugasato did not get good respect is because of the way he was doing the culturing. He was resending glass vials. And so he would send us all vials that we put our urine in, send it back to him. But we now know that some infections survive autoclaving heat sterilization. They survive heat sterilization. And so there was concern that there was a lot of cross contamination in his methods. Okay. So that kind of went away for a while, though Dr. Fugasato certainly had a small group of people who really believed him. And my opinion was fairly mixed at the time. Then the University of Maryland, which is a top IC research center, they did their own major studies looking for bacteria, some sort of consistent new type of bacteria that could be a silent infection in us. They didn't find it. What they found instead was something called the anti-proliferative factor, which has nothing to do with infection. So everybody turned to that. And then the Lyme disease community got involved, and they said that they believe that they started saying that a lot of IC patients were misdiagnosed or undiagnosed Lyme patients. So we all then in the 2000s went and were tested for Lyme. I again was one of those patients. I again tested negative for Lyme. And um, it's always been a debate. Is this infection? Is this infection? And the reality is that there are some IC patients who feel better on antibiotics. The assumption was that you felt better on antibiotics because antibiotics have an anti-inflammatory effect. But then 10 years ago, we started having next generation DNA testing, which really for the first time can identify with incredible accuracy anything in urine, any living being in urine, whether it's a virus, whether it's bacteria, whether it's fungus. And next generation testing is in fact what they have now used to identify what we call the urinary biome. And the urinary biome are the things that are supposed to be in your bladder. Urine is not sterile, my friends. Urine has good things in it. Urine contains beneficial bacteria. And urine can contain fungus and urine can contain viruses. And so, next generation urine testing really opened everybody's eyes. It's like, oh, wait a second. So, there's supposed to be bacteria in the bladder? Yeah, there's supposed to be bacteria in the bladder. The question is, what are those bacteria? And that's where a lot of debate is right now, is we really don't know what a normal urinary biome is. We don't know. That's what everybody's trying to figure out. So, and it was next generation testing who found the fungus in IC patients, that we definitely know for sure that some patients can have an overgrowth of candida in their urine. That is absolutely possible. And Jay, hold that question about menopause because I'll talk about that. Okay, so um, the MAP Research Network, the National Institutes of Health, is actively using next generation testing to try to define the urinary biome and to try to see how we're different from everyone else. And so we know, for example, that the gut biome in an IC patient is different than normal. We know in our gut biome, we have more of a few bad bacteria and less of a few good bacteria. We also just had a research study which showed that our bacteria in our bladder is not that different from the bacteria in normal people. So the question then becomes, oh hey, listen, I'm getting an error on Facebook. Is it still happening? Are you guys still seeing this on Facebook? I'm seeing an error on Facebook. Facebook, do you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Sometimes it's a fake error. Yeah, well, welcome. That's typical. That's why we've okay. So you guys can hear me on YouTube, but what about Facebook? Facebook says it's all messed up. Now you can. Is it still screen? Let's give it a minute. It's good now. Shotzi says it's good now. Okay, yes, we're back. It went funny, but you're still on. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right. Good, 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 good. All right. So, although I'm still seeing the error on my computer, I'm seeing a circle saying trying to reconnect. I'm probably just going to have to see that. But anyway, okay. So, why has this antibiotic debate come back? It's really because of a doctor in England named Dr. James Malone Lee, whose entire career has been dedicated to understanding cystitis and UTI. And he joined Twitter last December, and he is kicking some butt in the best possible way because he's really making people think about it differently. And so, Dr. James, I did an article on this in our latest magazine. It is The Great Debate is I See the Result of Infection, and where I go over this history. In fact, it's my editorial. And so Dr. Maloney has been an outspoken proponent on the role of bacteria in patients with urinary symptoms who have negative culture. So he's the guy who's really pounding the point home through his own research that typical urine tests are are grossly inadequate. That if you've got lower urinary tract symptoms of frequency, urgency, pressure, pain, but your urine test is negative, what he says is that the test itself is inaccurate. And he's right. Urine cultures are old and outdated. Next generation urine testing is the future. But when you do a typical urine test, what they do is they either use a test tube and do a broth culture, or they have a round agar plate, and inside that plate there's a growth medium. And that growth medium, and so what they do is they swirl urine on it and see what grows. This was my senior project in college. I did exactly this. Um, um, the problem is the medium is only specific to certain types of bacteria. So you have a different medium for different types of bacteria and a different medium for fungi, right? And so if they're only using one medium, they're going to miss a lot of infection, whereas next generation testing won't. So what he argues in more than 180 published papers, that number one, quantitative microbiology applied to routine midstream urine tests miss many genuine infections. Yeah, and you know how they always say, take a midstream, don't take the first amount of urine. And there's a reason for that because there's sediment in the first amount of urine and things settle at the bottom. So a midstream is a better measure of what's actually going on. I'm probably not explaining that well. Ileana, you might have a better explanation for that. Number two, the dipstick test for leukocytes and nitrites are substantially worse than your culture methods. That these tests should not, he argues, they should not now be used to exclude infection. And what he does say is the best way to determine infection is to look at urine under the microscope and to count the number of urinary leukocytes in urine. Um, but he argues even then that that's going to miss 40% of infections. Um, um, he says many persons with lower urinary tract symptoms are living with chronic infections that go untreated. Many ear infections are caused by mixed colonies and mixed growths that are associated with important independent markers of urinary tract inflammation. Many urinary tract infections involve intracellular bacterial colonization on the urothelium by mixed pathogens that are fastidious. There's the word that Dr. Fukuzawa was using, fastidious, and extremely difficult to treat by conventional methods. His most recent study found that patients who had pus in their urine and who were treated with long-term antibiotics, despite a negative urine culture, responded well to antibiotic therapy. And if the antibiotics were stopped, most patients reported that their symptoms worsened. Right? Okay, so there's the conundrum here. Here you've got a patient who feels better on antibiotics even though the urine culture is negative, and he poses the moral and ethical question, or the ethical question, is it right to take them off of the antibiotics and force them to live in pain? I mean, that's a really interesting question. And what what some people would say is you got to get them off the antibiotics because you're running the risk of really serious adverse events like antibiotic resistance and C. diff and yeast infections. So what happened is earlier this year, a couple months ago, a patient had her story told on the Washington Post at the Washington Post magazine. And it was an exceptionally good article where we had a patient diagnosed with IC. None of the IC treatments worked. She did the next generation urine testing. They found a bacteria. They treated the bacteria, and her infection went away. And the position of the article was that there are, quote unquote, many patients who potentially have a chronic infection and they're living with infection, and that has simply been missed. And they really pushed for next generation DNA testing. The ICA and Dr. Robert Moldwin sent a letter to the editor in response to that, saying that number one, there's no proof that these infections are causing IC, and that the risk of treatment far outweighs the benefit of treatment. That patients could end up doing long-term antibiotics and that would be detrimental to their health, right? So you want to talk apples and oranges? Here we got pro, we got con. And then we have Dr. Malone Lee, who is 90 to 180 degrees away from that, because what he says is that none of the testing is accurate, including next gen testing, because there's no proof that that specific bacteria is the one that's triggering your symptoms. And then I sent him a message on Twitter and I said, well, if that's the case, then how do you treat it? And he has a very targeted antibiotic approach that he uses, a long term antibiotic approach, which again, a lot of doctors are against. So we are really stuck between a rock and a hard place here. I've done next generation testing. I think it's useful. I think it's good data. I'm not against it. I'm for it. I think that it's good, useful data. If next generation testing finds that you have a fungal infection, then that's meaningful and you can bring that to your doctor and they might want to consider treating that infection, since we know IC patients flare in the presence of fungi. If next generation testing finds beneficial bacteria like lactobacillus, like mine did, look, I can show you my test. I've had it done a couple of times. So here's the one I had done in July. And I had a vaginal swab done because we were trying to figure out why I was a little prickly down below. Okay, so look, so this is mine. I had it done for Microgen. I was just making sure there wasn't anything personal on there, like my social security number, that I didn't just flash the camera, but no, there's not. All right. So look, so here are my results. I had Lactobacillus gasseri, which is and that's 92%. That's a perfectly good normal bacteria. I had Prevotella bivia, that is a pathogenic bacteria, 3%. I had Streptococcus aeruginosus, which apparently is supposed to be there. And I had a little tiny bit of Gardnerella, so little that they didn't even assign a percentage to. So, as Dr. Malone Lee says, is, well, you don't have any proof that any one of those things are causing your symptoms. And he's right. And in the end, none of those were causing my symptoms because my symptoms were all coming from my pelvic floor. What was meaningful to me, though, what I was most interested in was the fungus, because I was convinced that I had a fungal infection, and that fungi detected none. And that was important for me to see, because that is when I walked away from all the yeast stuff that I was doing. It's weird, right? You think, how the hell can a muscle give you frequency urgency, or how can a muscle make it feel like you've got dry skin and give pinpricks along your vulva, which is what I was having? Well, tight muscles squeeze blood vessels and squeeze nerves. That's how it happens. That's why you are an anatomical mystery to be solved, my friends. Aaron says, the last few days, my lady parts feel like I'm sitting on a heating pad. It feels hot, like a burning sensation, not something inside. Would nerves cause this? You know what, Aaron? That heat, if you notice heat while you're urinating, we call that urine burn. And that where it just feels like you're being burned by your urine, even like your urine's super hot, and your urine is not hot at all. It's just the quality and health of your skin. That is the classic sign of estrogen atrophy if you have urine burn while you're peeing. But the last few days, you feel like you're sitting on a heating pad. It feels hot, like a burning sensation, not inside. I guess the second question is, when you stand up, does it go away? Because if you stand up and it goes away, then that's probably some sort of nerve compression from sitting. Definitely worth talking to your doctor about. Could it be infection? I mean, I would get a mirror and I would look. And are you red? How does it look down there? Linda, does the new test for fungus? Yes. Rebecca says chronic UTIs take an average time of 2 years to treat. 3 to 6 months is too short. It takes a minimum of 6 months to treat. Yeah, but Rebecca, how did they pick the antibiotic? That's the part I just don't understand. Is how did they pick the antibiotic? So Jay says in England, I mean, again, so guys, some of the people watching are in England right now, and hello, England. I love you. I love England and Scotland and Ireland, all of you. Oh, you know what I mean. Okay, Jay says there are a few doctors here now following the professor's protocol. If you're suffering UTI symptoms, irrespective of what your test results are, the professor states emphatically that you have infection. End of story. And and oh God, that's so hard for me to I can't put all my eggs in the infection basket because it is undeniable that patients with fibroids can have IC symptoms, UTI symptoms. It is undeniable that pelvic floor can too. There are so many other things that also have to be ruled out. So my concern would be that patients would immediately go on antibiotics without having the proper diagnostic workup to test their muscles and to test for everything else first. That's like the part that freaks me out a little bit. And guys, Ileana Brockman's in the room. She's a IC celebrity. Ileana and I are both old timers. We've both been involved with IC for many, 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 many years. Ileana is one of those patients who turned something bad into something good when she decided to create a product. And she was one of the first to really focus on the concept of muscle tension and trigger points and how do we work with muscles that are tight. Her company is called IC Relief. And she created a line of glass wands that you can use yourself to work with your muscles. Of course, you're going to be trained by your doctor how to use this. I use this after my hysterectomy about couldn't touch things for about 10 months, but after that I did. So there's a straight one, there's a curved one, and there's also a longer curved one for people who have trouble reaching. And it's important that you understand with muscles. And Ileana, seriously, girl, we have got to do a double um what's the word on Twitch, where we can have both you and me on the screen at the same time. Um, the way that and tell me if you disagree with this, but this is the way I explain this for people with pelvic floor issues. So so here's your pelvic floor, right? So it goes from left to right, low to high, front to back. And there are different depths of muscles. You've got shallow muscles down by your urethra. You've got middle muscles, maybe near the middle of your urethra. And then you've got deep muscles up by your bladder, by your vagina, right? I mean, by your uterus. So a good example are the knuckles in your fingers. There's three knuckles and you've got three kind of layers of muscles. And so when you have your pelvic floor assessment, they're going to touch the shallow muscles, they're going to touch the deeper muscles, and they're also going to try to touch the deeper muscles. I mean, the medium and the deeper muscles. And they're going to go both sides. They're going to look left side, right side, front, back, low to high. And you're having a really good pelvic floor examination if if they very thoughtfully just touch muscles. And you're going to notice that if they touch your levator muscle, that it's going to feel like you're going to need to have a bowel movement. You're not going to have a bowel movement. It's just they're touching your levator muscle by your rectum. Um, and ultimately, and the goal of physical therapy is to relax muscles that are so tight that they're constricted. Now, I'm not saying your muscles look like this, but this is the best way that I can explain this, Ileana, and if you have another way. So, when you have pelvic floor physical therapy, the best physical therapy really begins with a finger. It is really a finger working on those muscles. And what they're trying to do is they're just trying to get them to release, right? And over time, and they might go the length of the muscle, they might go across the muscle, and they're just going to very, very gently work on those muscles. And the goal is to get them to their normal length, right? Just like that. So again, they might go crosswise, they might go like this. And as you're using a wand like this, there are different movements that you could use too. There might be a painful trigger point you might push on and rub on for a little bit, or they might have you doing this, or they might have you, I mean, it's incredibly useful and incredibly helpful. The United States is really the only country that does not send women who have just had babies to physical therapy. And what's one of the critical risk factors here is being injured after having a baby. And so having that pelvic floor assessment, finding that muscle deep within your pelvis that's screwed up. Listen, you got pelvic floor dysfunction if you can't pee right away. If you're standing or sitting 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 seconds and you cannot relax enough to empty your urine out, or it takes that long to relax and get your urine out, you've got tight muscles. And you can't reach those muscles from the outside. You have to reach from them internally. And pelvic floor physical therapy works beautifully, beautifully. But you got to be willing to do it and get over the embarrassment of it. Don't be afraid if somebody, if the doctor or the physical therapist has to put their finger in you. That's exactly what you want. Um, if, however, you've got some sexual trauma in your history, or you were raped, or you were a victim of child abuse, or your muscles are just so freaking tight that you can't put your finger anywhere, they're just locked down like concrete, they will start externally over a period of time, trying to just get your whole pelvis to relax, the goal of which is to eventually try to get internally, but they're going to do it with your comfort in mind. you know, Listen, if you go and have a pelvic floor physical therapist, a pelvic floor assessment, and they touch a muscle and trigger your pain, that is a tremendous victory. Why? Because they found it. Don't be afraid of pain. That's their job. At that first appointment, they're going to touch muscle looking for that pain. And if they find that pain, you're going to go, "That's it. Holy hell, that's it. What are you touching?" The goal of which is hopefully is for you to be able to walk out of that meeting knowing the name of the muscle that's screwed up. Is it your piriformis muscle? Is it your levator muscle? Is it your psoas muscle? And then with that information, then you're going to embark on an appropriate course of physical therapy. But there's going to be things that you can do at home, and you can read books about it, and you can watch videos on YouTube by a lot of really good physical therapists. But ultimately, in the end, it's a finger in your vagina or your rectum touching muscles that is going to find the problem and then hopefully fix the problem. Muscles respond beautifully to muscle therapy. But there's a reason why you're chronically locked down, and we got to figure that out. Were you hurt? Were you in a car accident? Were you torn when you had a baby? There's a reason. Your muscles are supposed to be long and loose and pliant. They're not supposed to be hard as a rock. And if they're as hard as a rock, we got to figure out why. If you got hard muscles, you're not going to be able to pee comfortably. You're not going to be able to have a bowel movement comfortably, which is why people with pelvic floor dysfunction often struggle with constipation. And you're certainly not going to be able to have sex comfortably, you know, because if these muscles are locked tight, it's hard to get stuff through them. Pretty hard to pee through that and poop through that and put a penis up into that. Gina, do all urologists have access to next generation testing? Yes, that is true. You do too. I built a website on it last year, bladderhealth.org, where you can watch videos of doctors who use it, and some doctors absolutely love it. Some doctors don't know, but they don't know how to interpret the data. That's the challenge of next generation testing, or insurance won't pay for it, or et cetera. So you're going to find next generation testing at the national level, but not so much at the local level. And so that's where you got to walk in with information about it and try to convince them to do it. It's data. It's just data, and it's hard facts, and I like facts. I don't like guessing. I don't like guessing. I mean, if you've had symptoms for a year or 2, you're thinking infection, you don't know, the tests are coming back negative. A next generation test is just another level of data. Lisa says, I will say that all pelvic floor physical therapists are not created equal. The first one I saw did not help me. The second one actually made me worse. My current third one is really helping me. Yeah. Well said, Lisa. Well said. Becky says she has a wand just like this. Yeah, it's good. You can get these in the IC Network shop. And thank you. Thank you, Ileana. Thank you. You know, back when you did this, we were all kind of like, okay, where's she going with this? You were very insightful because you saw that trend way earlier than 99.9% of the people out there. Also, Gina, you can order next generation testing yourself in 25 states. If you go to bladderhealth.org, see if your state's on the list. If it is, you don't need a doctor's signature. Linda says, I'm so frustrated. You felt better on antibiotics. All right. So Linda, you felt better on antibiotics. So I would read up on Dr. James Malone Lee. So you've got some hard data. You can take that to your doctor. And it's not unreasonable to request next gen test because it's not unreasonable in my opinion. The question is who's going to pay for it. It's $199 through Microgen, which is really affordable. I mean, 5 years ago it was thousands. So it's cost effective now, which is why I've done it twice. I think the information is meaningful. Kathy, what is next generation testing? In next generation testing, what they do is they take a very small amount of your urine and they look for DNA. They look and they find it. They find the DNA of bacteria, good bacteria, bad bacteria, fungus, and or viruses. It's this very specific test for the viruses. The typical next gen test doesn't test yet. You have to order that one separately, but it looks for pieces of DNA in your urine, and then it connects that DNA to a species. And it's much more accurate than traditional urine testing, which tries to grow urine out in a test tube. And we had a research study that was just presented, which proved that. It's been proven many, many times. And again, this is our Summer IC Optimist. And we reviewed the research presented at the American Urology Association. And here it is. Here it is. Next generation urine testing can help treat recurring UTIs. Much more accurate. Some IC patients struggle with recurring UTIs, which certainly exacerbates their bladder symptoms. Being able to treat those infections effectively is important. For years, urologists have done cultures of urine to determine what bacteria had infected the bladder and then treat it with the correct antibiotics. Recently, though, a more thorough test, next generation sequencing has been developed. Researchers from Florida and the United Kingdom did a study comparing next generation sequencing with traditional urine cultures. They found that next generation sequencing identified significantly more types of bacteria. In fact, it identified almost too much bacteria compared to a standard culture, which could also present challenges for treatment. Next generation sequencing isn't recommended for UTIs, but only for recurring UTIs. Another issue discussed within this topic was how to get a good urine sample from IC patients who tend to void more frequently and thus have lower urine output, which makes it hard to get a urine sample midstream. While the solution has been has been using a catheter to collect a urine sample. One urologist said instead of using a catheter, he does a vaginal swab so that he can identify anything showing up in the urine that came from elsewhere. The vaginal swab is much less painful for IC patients than the catheter. And you can do a next generation vaginal swab, which is what I did last month. Rebecca makes a good point. She says the long term high dose antibiotics shows very little incidence of antibiotic resistance. It's the short, long term, low dose courses of antibiotics that cause resistant issues. Alexander Fleming also believed this to be the case. Yeah, but Rebecca, so let's say that in my culture, I've got an E. coli that is resistant to flagell. Um, your argument then would be using flagell over the long term would be okay? I don't know, hun. I mean, I'm just trying to figure it out. We wouldn't use flagell anyway, and we wouldn't use Cipro anyway for long-term chronic infections because of the risk of side effects with those. We would use a different one. Ciprofloxacin, levofloxacin, um, has now been linked to aortic aneurysm and a variety of other very, very serious side effects. So the FDA has issued many alerts about that, and Cipro should no longer be used for simple UTI, only complex UTI when something else was is when other therapies are not available. So Cipro and Levaquin are no longer to be used for UTI. Professor Malone Lee said in treating chronic UTIs has showed very few cases of C. diff in his 37-year career. Interesting. John said, John, dude. John says, my bladder and pelvic pains can be getting worse. You're having an MRI, showed possible IBD, and tomorrow you're having colonoscopy. The prep is severely flaring you. I'm so sorry, dude. Okay, drink water. Just try to dilute that prep as much as you can. I don't know which prep you're using, but the prep is either going to be irritating the bladder wall or just the spasms of going to the bathroom are just triggering your pelvic floor to get tight. Um, so your best bet is to try to drink a bit of water to dilute your urine, and use a heating pad to try to get yourself through that. But I'm really, really glad you're having the colonoscopy, because I don't like guessing. I think it's important for people to look. If you have a sudden worsening of your symptoms or they're progressively worse, it's time to get eyeballs on the organ, and in this case, eyeballs on your bowel. Let's make sure that there's nothing going on in there. This time tomorrow, dude, you'll be done. You'll be done, and you won't remember a thing. So I'm sending you an extra hug right now because I know it's rough, but you're gonna get through it just fine. I've been there. I've been there, my friend. I have been there. In fact, I just did an article. Wait a second. I just did an. What did I do with that? Where did I put the article on colonoscopy preps? Did I put that in here? Must be on our website somewhere. Okay. Hi, Nancy. Ravonda, how does pre-leaf differ from calcium carbonate? They're just different calciums. Oh, look, I went backwards. Oh, I'm sorry. Frida says, my mom's been complaining for years and years. No one's been able to tell her why. Last year, her urologist, after removing a mesh, gave her something which helped. I will ask her when she comes back from vacation. So, hey, Frida, I was at the a urology conference where they presented their first data showing that meshes were covered with bacteria, that for some reason the polypropylene mesh becomes a magnet for bacteria. And they think that that's one of the reasons why there were so many mesh complications. It's amazing what's happening with vaginal mesh right now. They put in, I mean, imagine like a square of white mesh that they might use to and so when I say mesh, it's got holes in it, and they would surgically put that in the body to maybe hold up the urethra or whatever. But if you were to look at that mesh 6 months later, it's black and twisted. Polypropylene was never meant to be in the human body. And that's why so many patients have had problems with mesh and why it's such a big deal now. So many patients permanently damaged by mesh surgery. I think the reality is that the FDA didn't do enough appropriate testing, but it's not just the US FDA, it's everywhere. It's companies making a buck at the expense of people by not doing the correct or doing really thorough research testing. Shannon, cystitis suffers since childhood. Last year, you had a bad UTI, blood and urine, took a negative urine culture. They wouldn't give you antibiotics. Finally, a nurse, OBGYN, prescribed antibiotics. So then I had to go through tests to rule out bladder cancer. Well, it's good they did that. You get a UTI every couple months, then periods in the past, started taking acidophilus, pre and probiotics, cranberry, haven't had a UTI. Good. So, I mean, there are some people also, especially if you have estrogen atrophy, who are going to be more prone to having infection anyway, because they don't have that nice thick coating in their bladder. This is a three-dimensional picture of your bladder wall and also kind of your vulva and your vagina. Um, there's a top layer of mucus, and then underneath the mucus is a layers 4 to 5 layers of urothelial cells, and then underneath that is blood vessels and nerves and things like that. This mucus acts as a protective barrier. So it's what keeps whatever's in your urine off of these cells to prevent them from damaging it. But unfortunately, that mucus is estrogen dependent. So when you're young and you have lots of estrogen, you have lots of mucus. When you're older, you have much less estrogen, you have much less mucus. Thus, irritants in your urine can reach these cells where they cause irritation and pain. So there is definitely a group of postmenopausal women or women who have had hysterectomies who really do get recurring infection over and over again, and that's because they don't have a lot of mucus. And so what they will be given in addition to an antibiotic is a estrogen uh, to use vaginally to give those tissues some estrogen so that it can produce more mucus. So a menopausal woman who gets a recurring infection, it was never diagnosed as simple UTI. It's always diagnosed as a complex UTI. And unless there's a history of cancer, usually they're going to give that patient a little bit of hormone so that your body can try to produce a little bit more mucus. Talk to your doctor about it. It's called the genitourinary syndrome of menopause. Jay says, I tried the Therawan for a pelvic floor issue, but it worsened me. However, each person must try themselves under the direction of a pelvic floor physical therapist. So Jay, then clearly you weren't working on the right muscle, or you were just using the wrong method for that muscle. You got to remember, I mean, this is a woven basket of muscles. You got left to right, front to back, low to high. I mean, and muscles are really interwoven. And so, you might have a muscle going one direction that's a problem and a muscle going another direction that's a problem. And if you're working on this muscle, well, if you're working on this horizontal muscle, you might be irritating the vertical muscle. I mean, it's really, really complex. So it doesn't surprise me. Hey, listen, after my hysterectomy, I'm telling you, uh, going up there, even with my finger, was agony. And it took 10 months of healing before we could do it because I had a vaginal hysterectomy. Linda says, if somebody's diagnosed with fibromyalgia, would pelvic floor dysfunction be likely? Possibly, because when you're under pain, your muscles get tight to protect you. It's called the guarding reflex. So it's very normal for somebody in pain to kind of hunker down, and it's completely and you have no control over that. You have no control over that. That's the way your body is wired to protect you when you're in pain, and your muscles go into a guarding position. And so muscles get tight and they can then kind of get stuck in that tight position. That's what pain does. And that's why when you're in a good pain clinic, one of the things that they want you to do, aside from, kind of, um, finding out the cause of the pain, is we need to get you moving a little bit more, get the blood flowing, get some oxygen in those tissues. And movement also helps your body produce natural painkillers called endorphins. And so the longer you lay down and sit, the worse it is for your body. It is much better to try to get up and move a bit and to get the juices flowing, for lack of a better term. And your physical therapist and your doctor can really show you what you can be doing that would maybe not exacerbate your unique issue. um, that's why it's really hard to go it alone. You really need to work with a pelvic floor therapist at least once or twice so that they can identify the muscle group and then give you the correct exercises for that specific muscle. One of the things you should not do is Kegel exercises. A lot of people go, well, I'll just do Kegels. No, you don't do Kegels, because Kegels tighten muscles. And if your muscles are already really tight, why would you tighten them more? We don't want to tighten those muscles more. Sherry says, has anybody tried LDN, low dose naltrexone? It's amazing how much it helps. Sherry, I got to tell you that therapy, you're right, it can help people tremendously. It's just not discussed very often. And that's my fault too. I should discuss it more. Low dose naltrexone. Now I have to familiarize myself here with what it does. So hold on a sec. Naltrexone has been shown it's used for people who, I don't even understand the mechanism of action here. Hold on. It hits an opioid receptor. It's an opioid antagonist. You know, I gotta dive back into that, hun. I just, off the top of my head, I'm not quite understanding why it's helpful. So I have put that on my to-do list, Sherry. Thank you for bringing that up, because you're not the first person who said that. Okay. So Erin, we're going back to Tender Lady Bits. Says she's not red. There's no inflammation. It just feels like you have a sunburn on your crotch. Ice relieves it. So Erin, I would want to know, number one, have you been exposed to any chemicals? Bath soap, anything like that, laundry detergent that's irritating, um, dryer sheets, fabric softener, and mini pads. Are you using mini pads? Always mini pads are somewhat notorious for causing inflammation or irritation down there. But then I would also go, is there any chance that your pelvic floor is on the tight side right now? A little tight. Yeah, Jay says menopause causes thinning of the walls. Menopause causes thinning of the mucosal barrier on top of the bladder wall, which protects the bladder. And so, yes, absolutely, it's related to it. It was called estrogen atrophy for many, many years, but many women are absolutely well known for struggling with this. They changed the name. It's now called the genitourinary syndrome of menopause. Speaking of pelvic floor, hold on. I gotta, I gotta stretch here. Hold on. Oh, the glute muscle. Now there's some tension, my friends. There is some tension. Oh, holy moly. This is one of my favorite stretches. It's just this. Yeah. Left side, piriformis. Hopefully you don't see my underwear. Okay, good. Thank you. Alrighty. Alrighty then. You know what the best part of doing an online support group is? Is you can go pee anytime you need to. And that tells me I have not drunk enough water today because I have not gone to the bathroom yet. You also know you're not drinking enough water if things are a little firm down below, if you know what I mean. Hard stools or a sign of dehydration. You know, for people that ice helps, that help. You know, the ice really helps the nerves, whereas the heat really helps the muscles. Ileana says, ice on the ride home after physical therapy helps to stop inflammation and flare ups. Excellent advice. And guys, one of the things you could do, I mean, there are a lot of different ice tips. Stay. Um, this is something that I think is amazing. This is an ice pack in the shape of a menstrual pad. Actually, it's a heat or a cold pack. And so we have these in the IC Network shop. They're called Mama Struts. And so this would be great to carry with you. You know, freeze it, carry it to physical therapy. Then you can sit on it on the way home. But of course, you never ever sit directly on it. You would wrap it in a towel first. But this would be a really, really good way to get some ice down there. Really inexpensive too. Thank you. Thank you. What is the name of the next generation test? It's the next generation DNA urine test. That's what that's called. Next generation DNA urine test. Ileana says, let's talk about Easy Magic and IC Awareness Month. Give me a call. I will. You know what? I'll try to call you Monday or Tuesday. Sound good? It's kind of crazy here right now. Right now, what I'm working on is we're trying to do final edits on the new patient-to-patient managing IC and related conditions that Gay and Andrew are reissuing as a second edition. It's pretty good. And then my other big project for this week is just to get all the streaming software set up so we can move over to Twitch so that I can actually show you my desktop. It's just the learning curve is ridiculous. When I was young, I loved sitting at the computer figuring stuff out. Now that I'm older, I have a very short fuse. If I can't figure it out in 15 minutes, I want to scream. Thank you, menopause, for that. Melissa, I get severe lower back pain and lower rib pain when I'm flaring. Why is that? Because it's probably your muscles, son. You probably have tight muscles. You know, there's a group of muscles called the psoas muscles. So again, you remember you got muscles that go from low to high, front to back. I mean, left to right, front to back, low to high. The big muscle group that goes from low to high in your back is called the psoas muscle, and it's a big. I mean, it's a round, long muscle, and you got two of them going up both sides. And when that muscle goes into spasm, it's amazing how much it hurts. Sometimes for me, I will wear 3 heating pads up my left side because it's my left side that's my problem. And, um, and it's all that psoas muscle is a beast. Hi, Natasha. Hi, Lori. Rochelle, what about macrobid? Don't know about your question. John, let me know how you're doing tomorrow. Ileana says the Stanford protocol for managing trigger points is 30 to 90 seconds, which is usually too long for hypersensitive patients. Your physical therapist should listen to you when you ask them to back off and to treat each trigger point for 10 to 12 seconds and go to the next or rest and repeat 2 to 3 times. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Jill, if you go back later and read your comment, it's about using microgen testing and using the correct suggested antibiotics for microgen and conjunction. Well, I mean, the microgen antibiotic recommendations are based on solid science. Mine, for example, show that I think this is absolutely fascinating because in the 2 tests that I've had, they each have identified that I have an antibiotic resistance gene to aminoglycosides, like a medication called amikacin, right? So if you see, it's this red line right here. If I turn it sideways, I don't know if you can see that or not. Wait. See? I'm sorry. I mean, again, when I'm streaming, I can show you the PDF and zoom in. I have no memory of ever taking this antibiotic. None. The only way I could have been exposed to this antibiotic is during some sort of surgery where, maybe they gave me a shot of it. But I am 100% sure that I have never in my lifetime voluntarily taken this medication. So how the hell could I have an antimicrobial resistance or resistance gene? And the answer comes back to food supply. The odds are it probably came from a meat that I ate where the meat came with it. Shotzi says, Levaquin damages the tendons in my left foot to the point that I cannot walk. The pain is horrific. I also developed neuropathy from it. Yeah, that's why. Yeah. I'm so sorry, Shotzi. I'm so sorry. Linda said, your doctor wanted you to do mesh. She said, no, I think that was a good decision. Brenda is asking, installations with Elmeron into the bladder, will this help your bladder pain? If your bladder pain is coming from the superficial nerves in your bladder wall, then yes, it could, because the Elmeron is normally combined with lidocaine, and the lidocaine could numb the nerve while the Elmeron would put an extra coating in your bladder. And so that's what we call a rescue installation. It could be Elmeron lidocaine or it could be heparin and lidocaine. But if your pain is coming from tight pelvic floor muscles, a rescue installation is meaningless. Sue is redoing an InterStim trial. It didn't help 25 years ago, but Dr. Peters thinks he can help you. My nerves are so turned on all the time, but I'm scared of doing this again. Anyone get good results? So Sue, I don't know if I talked to you earlier this week, if that was you that I talked to about having another InterStim, but this time with Dr. Peters. Dr. Peters is literally the best InterStim surgeon in the world. He's the one, his data is the one that Medtronic published. He is known for being meticulous. and as a surgeon. I mean, it's so incredibly respected. But if you were to go to the National Library of Medicine and search for InterStem, you would find his data, and his data is undeniably really incredibly good. Um, so if he thinks that your issue is coming from nerves that are dysfunctional and he thinks that the InterStim might help that, you couldn't be in better hands, in my opinion. I don't know. I personally don't know anybody with the same level of research success that he has. You know, his level of success is constantly quoted. But what I would do if I were you, Sue, is I would go to pubmed.gov. That's P as in Paul, U, B as in boy, M as in Mary, E as in Eric, D as in dog.gov. Pubmed.gov. That's the National Library of Medicine. And search his name. Search for Peters K, because in the research studies, it's the last name in the initial. Search for Peters K InterStem and look at the research. Look at his research. And I want you to do it. I don't want you to believe me. I want you to do it because I think that when you start reading that, it will give you some good questions to ask him, and it might give you a little bit more confidence, and it might open up your eyes to some other issues that you might not be aware of that you can talk to him about. Remember, information is power. Your knowledge matters. I want you to walk in there, really able to have a good discussion about the pros and cons with him. We also have a forum on our database over on the IC network, our support forum. We have 4 forums dedicated to neuromodulation. One is considering it for patients like you who have questions. The second one is trying it for patients who are going through trials who have questions. Success stories, patients who do well with it, and failures, patients who do not do well with it. That's all relevant. I mean, again, there's no way to predict how you're going to do. Um, it really is for almost every therapy, trial and error, but that's why you have a trial. They're not doing the permanent surgery. They're just doing a trial to see how you do. And if it works, great. If it doesn't work, it's only a trial and they can remove it. But you really got to have your eyes open, your eyes open with that. I just think it's important to know about it. My lips get so dry when I talk like this. Sorry. It is what it is. Aaron says, "Could I have a chemical burn? What does a chemical burn feel in the vagina feel like?" It's hot and burns. It feels like a yeast infection, like a really, really, really bad yeast infection on the outside. If, for example, you took a bubble bath and there's a chemical in the bubble bath that's hurting you, your perineum, that tissue between your vagina and your rectum can start screaming very, very quickly. Brenda said, "Would hormone replacement therapy pellets help the bladder? Saw a new guy and he suggested it could help the bladder." Well, yeah, yeah. Your bladder wall depends upon estrogen to produce mucus, right? So this layer of mucus here is estrogen driven. So when you're young and you have lots of estrogen, you have lots of mucus. When you're older, you have less estrogen, therefore less mucus. And that is that is the reason why menopause patients like myself use an estrogen cream vaginally. When you put it vaginally, it crosses through the skin and can reach the bladder. I don't know about the pellets versus the cream. I am not the person to ask about that. If anybody else has done hormone pellets, power to you. Talk to Brenda. I have no experience with that. And it wouldn't be something that I personally would probably want to do. I mean, the reason they would do pellets is then you wouldn't have to put cream on yourself a couple of times a week. It would pro I'm assuming here it would probably deliver a steady level, but I don't know, number 1, how much of it makes it to your bladder, depending upon where they put it. And I also think that it's important that you be on top of the health of your skin. And when you're responsible for putting cream down there, you're on top of it. You're touching it, you're looking at it. And it's important to be that involved so that you can notice changes. So that's my 2 cents. Again, I'm not a doctor. I can't give you medical advice. Those are just my thoughts off the top of my head. Talk to your doctor about any worries you have. I would also want to know about side effects with pellets. Can they remove pellets if there's a problem and so forth? Frida, the urologist prescribed gabapentin, which treats nerve pain. I do not agree with any pharmaceutical products unless there's absolutely nothing else. But at least this urologist has mentioned something that Jill has been mentioning, the nerves. Right. Right. I mean, Neurontin, gabapentin has a role. And if you got nerves that are turned on and they're having trouble turning themselves off, using something like gabapentin makes sense. But remember, that's what the research is now showing, that something with PEA also appears to be helping people with neuropathic pain. So this would be something else you could try, Frida. If you're in Europe, I don't know what country you're in. It's called P-Pure in Europe, um, or P in Europe. Ileana says the Therawand is acrylic and porous, is possible to leach. Ooh, oh, good. Really? I didn't know that. So, okay, that's kind of creepy. Um, so the advantage of glass, using a glass wand, is it's not porous. Where and porous means there aren't little microscopic holes that can absorb stuff or leach stuff out. Glass comes from sand. Um, Whereas a Therawand is acrylic and it could leach endocrine disruptors or other chemicals in your body. Good point. That's why you need to be a guest speaker. Ileana's is made of glass. Somebody's asking Erin if her hands and feet burn. And tingling, but your crotch feels like it has a sunburn. Interesting. Oh, here, I'm going to switch to my yoga ball. All right. I just bounce more. Elise says, have you ever heard about a blood pressure medication that can worsen IC? I feel so much worse the hours after I take it. You wouldn't be the first. I don't remember what it was. I might have been low pressure, but I don't quote me. You need to talk to your doctor. What I would do, Elise, is call your urologist and say, hey, they put me on a blood pressure med and it's killing my bladder. Can you think of any reason why? They might be able to there might be a filler in your bladder that's bugging you. Or there might be a mechanism of action which is doing something with your bladder that I don't know. But also understand that many generic medications, and usually one of the first things they do is give you generic medications, they tend to be filled with a lot of fillers and preservatives and colorings that might be irritating you. So we can't necessarily say that the act of reducing your blood pressure would trigger a flare. I don't know how that would happen. It's more likely some sort of chemical irritant, but again, maybe there is. I don't know. Tell your doctor. Samantha says, is it common for doctors to prescribe antispasmodics like trospium and Myrbetriq? Yeah, sure. Especially the Myrbetriq. I mean, you got to understand you have two different types of muscles down there. You got smooth muscle of your bladder wall and striated muscle or skeletal muscle of your pelvic floor. And so depending upon which muscle is spasming, they're going to do um, uh, an appropriate medication for that type of muscle. So if you're having bladder spasms, they're going to do a smooth muscle relaxant or antispasmodic. like ditropan, Detrol, or Miratrix. A skeletal muscle relaxant is going to be something like cyclobenzaprine, Flexeril, Valium, or Baclofen. Um, the challenge here is that the typical bladder antimuscarinics, like the ditropan and the oxybutynin, have now been linked to dementia if you take them every day for 3 years or longer. And so, not wanting to use those old medications and instead turning to non anticholinergic medications like the Myrbetriq. You know what? When the dementia study went out, I sent an email to the doctors that I work with, and um, I when the dementia study came out, it was like, oh, come on, how the hell am I supposed to talk about this? And I sent an email to all of them, and the first doctor who replied, I won't say who, told me I was catastrophizing and that it was not as big of a deal. But then Robert Evans, the top doctor in the country, replied, and let me email you. I mean, let me read his response to you. So here's a letter I sent to the top doctors that I work with. Um, 2019 has been a pretty rough year for the IC community from a treatment perspective. Reports of macular disease continue almost daily for Elmeron users. Cysto Protect, the top supplement now, has a Prop 65 cancer warning for the use of titanium dioxide. And now what I consider the worst news, and I just don't know how to breach this with the patient community, is the new study in the Journal of the American Medical Association from the United Kingdom, which established a link between dementia and various anticholinergic medications. That study was able to establish a clear connection with both antidepressants and bladder antimuscarinics, both of which have been used daily by IC patients in many cases for 10 years or longer. The study suggests that patients over the age of 55 who take them daily for 3 years have a 50% risk of dementia. Interestingly, the antihistamines and skeletal muscle relaxants did not carry the same risk. So, on one hand, patients risk blindness, and then the other, patients risk dementia with the most common medications suggested for IC. And then I said, shouldn't these be reclassified to step 3 or 4? Shouldn't we petition the FDA for label changes? And any thoughts on how to present this to patients? Because I was struggling. This was in July 2nd. And hold on. So this is what he wrote to me. He says, it does seem like it's getting harder to treat patients. But here are a couple of thoughts. Number one, we have always known that elderly patients can develop mental status changes, confusion, and even dementia if exposed to anticholinergics, which is why so many of us prefer to use mirabegron for patients with overactive bladder. Unfortunately, many insurance companies refuse to pay for these as there is no generic, thus forcing patients to take medications that are potentially damaging to their cognition because insurance companies refuse to pay for a safer alternative. I rarely use anticholinergics in patients with IC as I do not think they help decrease frequency. The reason is that IC patients void frequently because of pain, not because of overactivity. So these meds will not decrease voiding frequency since they do not help with pain. I especially want to avoid them on patients who are on other drugs with other anticholinergic activity, such as antihistamines, tricyclics, or gabapentin. And then he goes, number two, there are a few other supplements patients try. And he says, we have some on Cysto Renew, some on Bladder Ease, some on Bladder Builder, as well as some on Desert Harvest Aloe. And number three, if it, with, he talks about Elmeron. And if Elmeron gets pulled from the market, he says he will simply do more home bladder installations, which is something I offer to everyone. They can instill heparin or Elmeron with Marcaine and lidocaine in the bladder, and it will help the bladder more than if they took it by mouth 3 times a day. This is a lot safer because there's no absorption of the heparin or the Elmeron due to the size of the molecule, therefore no systemic effects. Sounds to me that we need something, and he goes, his last thing is, sounds to me we need something new to offer hope to with these clinical trials. Oh, and I did hear from another company with a new treatment. I can't talk about it yet. Okay, so there's his perspective. Top IC doctor in the country is not using anticholinergics at all. What he's saying is we've long known of the risk of anticholinergics in elderly patients or senior or older patients. They use mirabegron instead for frequency urgency. He argues very successfully that using a bladder antimuscarinic is somewhat pointless in the IC patient community because you're not running, and this is kind of the definition of urgency. If you're running to the bathroom because you're worried you're going to have an accident, that's overactive bladder. If you're running to the bathroom to reduce pain, that's IC. And these medications, the Detrol, the Ditropan, are targeted towards the overactive bladder, not the IC. These medications don't reduce pain, therefore, they would not necessarily reduce your need to urinate. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense, kind of, sort of. Dr. Evans is at Wake Forest University in North Carolina. Lisa says numerous women are talking to lawyers about suing for Elmeron. Yeah, I have been talking with an attorney myself. It's too early yet. We don't quite have the research. It's going to be wait. Lisa says someone on another website said a retinal specialist has seen the same retinal disease with some other drugs. I thought this was unique to Elmeron. The MRI researchers, Lisa, are saying that it is unique to Elmeron, this specific presentation, but there is one other medication that is known for causing retinal issues also. Becky says, can you show us that thing you stand on for your standing at desk again? I can't remember what it's called. Sure. Let me raise my desk. This, my friends, is what you do when you have piriformis syndrome and pelvic floor dysfunction, and you cannot sit for long periods of time. You're constantly moving. All right, hold on. Okay. So this is my desk in the standing position. Hold on. And this is what I stand on. It's called the fluid stance. And I don't know if you can see that on top. So it's like a snowboard. Right? Okay, so I'm on it right now. And I don't want to disconnect myself here. Yeah, this isn't going to work. Well, anyway, so, like this is me moving on it right now, and you're always keeping your pelvic floor, this is just healthier. Honestly, I would have to quit my job if I could not do all these other things. Okay, quick break time. Time for a bio break. I'll be right back. All righty then. Let's try to get comfortable. Yes. Easier said than done. So, how many of you love blackberries? Look at that blackberry. The blackberries this year are phenomenal. And as long as you're not oxalate sensitive, you should be able to eat blackberries with your sensitive bladder. I really only try to get organic, but I'm telling you, the blackberries this year, look at how giant that is, are so good. And I still have not eaten anything today. Mm. I'm going to make, when we're done, I'm going to take a walk and then I'm going to make a peach blackberry pie because I went to the farmer's market and got blackberries and I got peaches. IC friendly. All right. All right. How long have we been doing this? We have been doing this for 3 hours. It is 3:30 here in California. Let's take some more questions. I got another half hour in me, maybe hour. We'll see. Or maybe not if you guys don't have any more questions. Or if my teeth turn purple and I look ridiculous. Melissa says, freeze a water bottle, then cover the towel and place it between your legs. That works too. And certainly if you freeze a water bottle, it's going to last longer than this one. But the thing with this one is if you're driving, or traveling, this is much less noticeable. You could easily slip it in and out, like on a plane. Ravonda says, you're wondering if a calcium supplement is similar to pre-leaf in possibly causing calcium stones. Yeah. I mean, see, the thing is, the thing that I say is more is not better. More is not better. The human body can only use small amounts of certain things. Like when you take a multivitamin, which I hope you're not, because multivitamins really irritate your bladder unless you're using a low acid multivitamin. When you take a multivitamin, your urine turns dark yellow within an hour. Why? Because your body's getting rid of like 97% of it. It is physiologically impossible for the human body to use all of that vitamin. When you take a big extra strength vitamin, your body cannot use it. It can't. You pee it out. You pee it out. And so that calcium has to go somewhere. So what happens is that the calcium is a crystal. And so crystals, fine crystals, and build into bigger and bigger crystalline masses, and that is, in essence, what is a kidney stone. The other place, which is very interesting, where you see crystals, is on catheters, and that proves that you've got minerals, crystals in your urine. Because if you were to have a catheter for a week, what happens is the outside of the catheter that's in touch with the urine develops little sharp crystals on it. And when they pull that catheter out, it is not fun because those little crystals cut your urethra. And so, you know, a more you should not be operating from a more is better approach for anything like this, because your body can only use so much and then it's got to get rid of it. And that's the danger of doing a ton of almond milk, is oxalate crystals and a ton of calcium supplements. You got to be reasonable. Samantha, I don't know, hun. I don't know. Your question about trospium and mirbitract, that is a question for your doctor, my friend. I do not know. And I do not, guys, this is not medical advice here. My goal here is to educate you, give you pros and cons, show you where to learn more about it, and then kick you in the butt and get you back to your doctor. Because that's my job, is to bring you closer to your doctor, not separate you from your doctor. I want you to get in there and engage and have good discussions. So Sue got a Simply Purple brand chair seat online. You love it. You know what? I got two of them and I did not like them. I think you know what? So I did not like them at all for me personally because I have a left side piriformis syndrome and partial pudendal nerve entrapment, and I could not use their gel cushions. And what was stunning to me about Simply Purple is they would not take the return. What I had to do is I had to donate it to Goodwill and then have a picture of the donation receipt to get my money back because they wouldn't take it back. That worries me of all those cushions ending up in landfills. But hey, man, if it works for you, power to you. I just find for me personally that none of the gel seats work. And I tried two of them. I tried the thin one with the squares, and then I tried the thicker one that's like 2 inches thicker, and they just didn't work for me. So Rochelle says you were talking about antibiotics for UTI and what we shouldn't take is macrobid. No, macrobid is not in the Cipro group. It's not a fluoroquinolone medication, nor is it Flagyl. So macrobid does not come with the same warnings that the Levaquins do, the fluoroquinolones do. Jan says, I found a teaspoon of carbonate of soda in water helps burning in an emergency. Is this a known thing? Yeah. Well, yes, it is. It's an old wives' thing that actually has been used successfully. However, a teaspoon in a glass of water is a lot. It would really be more a quarter teaspoon or a half a teaspoon. You have to remember that sodium bicarbonate is sodium and it can raise your blood pressure. But this goes back to, let's see. I think this is the book from the 80s or 90s. You Don't Have to Live with Cystitis, but by Larry and Gillespie, who lost her medical license. So we don't rely. You don't. This is an old book, and it was good at the time. It's been massively replaced. But most old-time IC patients like myself, we all have this book on our shelves. She did lose her medical license. She's not, as she was doing spinal surgery on patients. That's a whole nother story. But I'm pretty sure that that's where we got the sodium bicarb. Um, there was another book. Oh my God, I almost knocked that over. There was a pink cystitis book too that talked about it. Anyway, so those have been around for quite a while. Just the rule of thumb is just remembering if you've got high blood pressure and sodium is an issue for you, you really shouldn't be doing it. And also understand too the difference between alkalinity and acidity. Okay, so as an example, lemon juice is acid, right? Alkalinity is the opposite of acid. It's alkaline. So bleach is alkaline. We call it, you talk about alkalinizing your urine. The reason you're doing that is you're trying to reduce the acid level. So you introduce a little bit, you take a Tums, some pre-leaf, a little bit of baking soda in a glass of water, and the goal is to get your urine not acidic but kind of pH neutral. But some patients go over the top and they start drinking alkaline water every day. So Neutral is pH 7. Anything below 7 is acidic. Anything above 7 is alkaline. So there's some of you who have been drinking alkaline water, level 9, level 10 all day. And that's just as damaging as acid over time. If you've ever spilled bleach on your finger, it gets very slippery. Why? Because the bleach is dissolving your skin. Okay. I mean, I've got 2 chemistry degrees, and the one thing that they pound into us in all of those labs work was safety with acids and alkalines. So we had our glasses, we had gloves. I love that part. I love that part of this chemistry degree, was working in the labs, and I liked it. I was pretty good at it. But safety is everything, and that alkalinity is just as damaging as acid. So your goal is to be neutral. Don't go over the top. I mean, again, going for a more is better approach, in my opinion, is a mistake. It's about it's about using small amounts of things over time to try to figure out what will work. And that can so be taken out of context. And I apologize if it is. I'm not saying that well. Don't let desperation drive you to take massive amounts of calcium all day or drink alkaline water all day. There are consequences to that. A little goes a long way. Jan also says cystostat installations help your bladder, and hope it can help others. Jan, cystostat failed in its early FDA research studies here in the United States, so they did not bring it to the United States. Cystostat is known as hyaluronic acid, sodium hyaluronate. It is one of the ingredients in the supplements. So in Canada, we had cystostat and we had Uracyst. So cystostat was liquid hyaluronic acid or sodium hyaluronate. Uracyst was liquid chondroitin, and the 2 companies were competed each other for about a decade. I mean, it was really funny watching each study fund its own research to try to prove that they were better than the other, and yet ultimately their data wasn't quite good enough to get through the US FDA approval process. The irony, though, Jan, is that somebody eventually combined the 2, and they combined hyaluronate with chondroitin in a bladder installation. It's called Ialuria, Ialuria, and the 2 together are much better than doing each one individually. And it's interesting to note that when you look at the Cystoprotect, the Bladder Builder, the Bladder Rest, that they have the same ingredients that are in those bladder installations, but they're in oral, that you take them orally. And of course, the question then becomes, well, how much of that medication actually makes it to the bladder? What is its true bioavailability? And the answer is we don't know. We don't know. We know that the bioavailability of Elmeron is very poor. That the published research studies with Elmeron showed that 7%, it might have been less than 7%. When the Baker Norton researchers who originally developed Elmeron released their data on bioavailability to prove how much Elmeron actually arrived in the bladder when you took it by mouth, it was tiny, tiny, which is why you have to take so much of it over so long to get an effect, because most of it is destroyed by digestion, or you pee or poop it out. Elmeron's a very small molecule anyway. It's easily washed out of the bladder. And that's why Elmeron's such a hard medication for patients to take, because you got to take a lot of it and it causes a lot of side effects. So some could make the same argument with the supplements, and that is, well, you're taking chondroitin and hyaluronate orally. How much do you know gets to the bladder? And the answer is we don't know. But what we do know is that in research studies it's helping. And so the point that it's helping. But clearly the best way to deliver medication to the bladder is through a catheter directly into the bladder, which is why the safe way to take Elmeron and not worry about eye disease is in a bladder installation. the molecule will not cross the bladder lining and become systemic to any great degree. Hmm. Am I a geek or what? I love the science. I love the science here. Laura says, my doctor talked about Botox injections into the pelvic floor. Sounds painful. What are your thoughts on it? If they do it vaginally, yeah, having a big needle up your vagina, which I've done a couple of times, whether it's a nerve block or that, is not the happiest thing in the world. But at least when it's done vaginally, you're not going to, you're the risk of reducing your ability to pee is probably going to be much, much lower. But it's been used. Pam says, I have a quick question. You mentioned pelvic floor tightens when bladder hurts, so go to physical therapy to help it loosen. I have pelvic organ prolapse, so I need to strengthen. When I do strengthening exercises, the pain is terrible. It feels like a lose-lose thing. So Pam, when you get to the point that you're at prolapse, um, you know, there's a point where the muscles are so weak that that Kegel exercises or whatever they're doing can bring them back into position. And there's that, but sometimes you pass that point where you get to the point where the muscles actually stretched out, and that's what creates the foundation for the prolapse. And so, um, there comes a point when surgical repair might be necessary, but it also kind of depends upon the muscle group. I don't know if Ileana is still in here. Ileana, how would you answer that question? Remember too that you could have tight muscles on one side and weak muscles on the other side. And so if you're doing a Kegel to tighten the weak side, but you're over tightening the tight side, that could explain your pain. What does your physical therapist say about that? What does your physical therapist have to say about why you feel worse? Tammy says, be careful with pellets. She grew a uterine fibroid the size of a lime. You were in pain. It's hard to control the estrogen. Go with the cream. I agree with that. Meg says, when I have to void, I experience pressure pain in my abdomen above my belly button, which is relieved when I pee. What subtype does that stomach pressure come in? Well, hun, whenever you pee or have a bowel movement, it's about muscles, right? So it's probably something to do with your muscles in your belly, in your core. It sounds like your core muscles might be involved to some degree, especially if you're straining. If you're straining to have a bowel movement or straining to urinate, you're definitely tightening your pelvic floor. You need to talk to your doctor about that. I don't know, maybe you could have a hernia, something like that might be exacerbated. I don't know, hon. Bring that one up to your doctor. That's a very, very good question. The pain above your belly button is relieved when you pee that's a fascinating and interesting concept, and I don't have an explanation for that. Tiffany, I'm having sensitivity to almost all foods, even foods that should be safe for the bladder. Right now, the only foods that you seem to keep your bladder calm are eggs, chicken, gluten-free bread, watermelon, and peas. What would cause so many sensitivities? The condition of the condition of your bladder wall, hun. Anytime we see a tremendous worsening of food tolerance in the bladder, we're really probably looking at Hunner's lesions. And so, has anybody looked inside your bladder? And if so, what did they see? Because that's, at least in my experience, is we tend to see that increased diet sensitivity in somebody with lesions that have not been treated or lesions that have gotten worse. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that you're going through. Again, if you've attended these before, I don't like guessing. There comes a point in time when guessing is counterproductive. If I'm in pain or if I'm bleeding, I want eyeballs on the organ. I want somebody to look at it. And in a case like yours, where your diet has gotten so severely restricted, if it were me, I would want somebody to look in my bladder and see if there's a reason why that might be. Could you have a Hunter's lesion? Could you have a bladder stone floating around in there, cutting your bladder every day? I don't know. It's interesting. If, on the other hand, now listen, if they do a hydrodistension and they look in your bladder and your bladder is perfectly normal, then where we would look at food sensitivities. So we don't know if it's food sensitivities or if it's just the irritation of a wound in your bladder. And that's an important question that you need to ask. Frida says, can you please give the name of the equivalent of gabapentin? Neurontin. Neurontin. Marina, I paid for a consult, yet to hear back. Yeah, hey hon, I was swamped last week and my parents were very ill. I don't know if you heard that. My mother got a bite that became cellulitis, and then my dad had surgery last week, and that was why I was answering email at 2:30 in the morning this morning. We will absolutely connect this week, okay, Marina? I'm sorry. I sometimes real life gets in the way. In fact, I should show you guys this. You want to see something crazy? I'll show you what happened. Hold on. You're just not going to believe what we went through. Okay. So look at this. Look at this bite. Can you see that? That was a couple hours after she was bitten by something, right? She fell asleep outside and something bit her. And I don't know if you can notice, there's a red line. Whoops, oops, shoot. There's a little, because this is her arm held up. But if she put her arm down, there is a red line. You can see it right here that was going up her arm. And my dad asked me to look at something else, and I saw this red line and went, whoa, whoa, because that's bad. That's very, very bad. That's a sign of an infection in the lymph system. So we called the on-call doctor, took her to, he said, you take her to the ER immediately. So I was at the ER at midnight with her, and my dad's too old to come, so he stayed home worrying. And you can see here the line. If you can kind of see the line. Okay, this is the next day after the ER. So they put marks around it so that we could see if it was expanding, and they said if it gets bigger, come back. Okay, so look at that, doubled in size. That's double size, right? And the line up in her arm got much bigger. Okay, 4 to 5 hours after that, this is her bite. Her entire forearm. So we were urgent care the next day. They finally gave her a shot of antibiotics. And now look, this is the day after the shot, and you can actually see the 2 bites. But then they put her on doxycycline, and on a 90-year-old, that's brutal. And so she was very weak and fainting in my car. And so, Marina, we will connect this week, okay? But between that and my dad's oral surgery, it was just a hell of a week. Brenda said, do you say he said let patients do home installations? Yeah, a lot of patients do home installations for bladder instills. Yeah, absolutely. Patients have done home installations for years. And the cool thing is that that's one of the things the nurses do in any urology clinic is they teach you how to do it. You know, one of the best skills you can ever learn as an IC patient is to self-catheterize. Because if you ever get into the point where for one reason or other you can't pee, you have a couple catheters laying around and you know how to use it. Come on, best skill ever. Self-catheterizing is really easy to do. And doing a home install is really easy to do. You just have to learn how to do it and practice sterile technique. You've got to, have gloves. You can't reuse catheters, and sometimes getting the supplies is challenging. There's been a shortage of lidocaine gel, which would numb your urethra. That's been an issue in the last year, and a shortage of heparin. But you can get Heplido A, which is a pre-mixed formula from many compounding pharmacies. So you just have to have a catheter and the formula, and you're good to go. Jan, what are the side effects of oxybutynin? Oxybutynin is one of the medications that has now been linked to dementia and cognitive decline. Other side, the most common side effect of oxybutynin is if you take it more than a couple of weeks, you notice that it gets harder to pee because it kind of deadens those muscles. Those muscles become much less responsive. I mean, I took oxybutynin for, I don't know, 2 months when I was diagnosed, and it just got harder and harder to pee. And it's like, all right, I need to pee. So I stopped taking it. But research studies, we have now known for the last decade with a large number of international research studies, including many from the United Kingdom, that if you're of a certain age and you take them every day, it can cause changes in cognitive decline. And a new study of 300,000 patients was released in the Journal of the American Medical Association this summer, and it was pretty damning. And so, what they found was that if you take it every day for 3 years, that there's a 50% increase in the risk of cognitive decline and dementia. But remember, that's 50%. And so what many doctors now are they're no longer suggesting them for patients, or at least you use them on an as needed basis rather than every day, which is basically how you would normally use an antispasmodic anyway. I mean, antispasmodics are great when you're having bladder spasms. I used them when I had bladder spasms, but not necessarily now when my bladder's fine. There's no reason for me to take it. Lisa says, "Is your mom okay now?" Yes, and she's been off of the antibiotic for 2 days, so she's much better. I ironically, Lisa, when we got her to the ER at midnight, the doctor walked in, saw her bite, and said, "Oh, you're my second bite like this tonight. I just discharged a lady with a bite that was double in size." And then her primary care provider said that he had already treated many cases of cellulitis this summer from bug bites. So we're calling them zombie mosquitoes. We think there are zombie mosquitoes in Sonoma County, California. Although somebody just sent me an email of one in Maryland, somebody had exactly the same bite. So monster bites. JJ, where do I get the thing that I stand on? At thegrommet.com. Thegrommet.com. So TheGrommet, thegrommet.com. Frida, are you asking if Peora is more natural than gabapentin? Well, hun, they pretty much all come from plants at some point in time. I mean, most medications were derived from plants, and then somebody created a synthetic formula. Um, so asking if something's natural is kind of come see, come saw. But the question is, and I think that the PEA comes from egg yolk. I believe that that's where it was originally identified was from egg yolk. So the Peora is over the counter. JJ, it's hard to find a doctor in Mississippi. It is hella hard to find doctors in Mississippi. Very hard. John says, is there a commercially prepared installation solution? Yeah, Imprimis gave up So Imprimis reorganized, changed their name. Imprimis Compounding Pharmacy in San Diego had the exclusive rights to Hep-Lido A, the heparin installation that they were sending to patients. But they had a change in ownership, and they changed the company, and they gave up that formula, and so now it's back in the hands of other compounding pharmacies. I don't know if they might be calling it the Parson solution, or they might be calling it Hep-Lido A. Jay says, "How do you know if you're oxalate sensitive?" You know what? The way you know is it's just stop oxalates for a couple of days and see if your symptoms get better. So you're going to find the most oxalates in spinach and berries, and chocolate, and some wine. So the people who are the most oxalate sensitive are the people with vulvodynia, because oxalates in your urine are crystals. And if you've got a sensitive vulva and you're pushing crystals across your vulva, and then you're using toilet paper, which is pushing the crystals into the skin, that's why patients are so sensitive to oxalates. We always recommend that you don't wipe first. If you're of a certain age and your vulva is sensitive, you always rinse yourself off with water first. That will rinse all the chemicals off of your skin, and then you pat dry. And you can buy these Perry bottles from the IC Network. See, that's one of it in a sterile container. Fill it up with water, leave it next to your toilet, rinse yourself off first, pat dry. And if you're a member of the IC Network and you get our magazine, you already have this, because we give these as gifts to every one of our subscribers, and we have for a decade. 16 years, as a matter of fact. We've been doing our magazine for 16 years. Sue says, "I'm so over being embarrassed. Your emergency bathroom pass has changed my life. I can mall shop with my daughter now, and no one tells me sorry we don't have a bathroom. No questions asked. Get one if you don't have one, from Jill. Wish I knew about them a long time ago." So let me show you those. So if anybody wants a restroom access card, if you send me your name and address, I will send you one for free. Medical alert card. The holder of this card has a medical condition, interstitial cystitis, prostatitis, or pelvic pain that requires frequent and urgent restroom access. It is difficult, if not impossible, for this patient to hold it without enduring severe pain and or bladder spasms. Please provide restroom access to this patient. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. So if we sell these, it's 3 for $2.49. You can get 20 for $9, and then pass them out to your friends. But if you want one, I'm happy to send it to you for free. You just need to email me your mailing address. Don't just say I want one. You got to give me your address. You can email me at icnetwork@mac.com. And hey man, let's go double or nothing. If you want a card, I will also include our diet card. If you haven't seen our diet card, one side is usually bladder friendly, whoops, and the other one is foods to avoid. So if you would like one of each, just email me icnetwork@mac, M as in Mary, A as in Apple, C as in Charlie.com. And here I have a, let's see here. Where is it? I have a slide somewhere. Where is it? So you can order the cards directly at icnsales.com. But if you would like me to send you one free, one of each free, please send your name and mailing address to icnetwork@mac.com. Okay? icnetwork@mac.com. All ready, ready, ready? Ooh, Jan is in Scotland. You can't find enough support in Edinburgh for IC, and only one consultant was fabulous and diagnosed me, but your other consultant refused to believe you had IC. I need a good IC doctor in Edinburgh. Girl, alrighty. I'm telling you right now, you can call Bladder Health UK, or that's the United Kingdom group that does support for IC and other bladder conditions. They might have a resource for you in Edinburgh. But listen, IC Awareness Month is happening in 2 weeks. You can go on right now over to icawareness.org. Did I move? Hold on. icawareness.org. icawareness.org. Click on support. I just added a whole new section on support. I'm inviting every IC support group leader anywhere, Facebook, online, offline. If you're not on that list, if you want to be on that list, just send me an email. We will put you on that list because we are celebrating support group leaders this year. We are stronger together. And one of the reasons why we're stronger together is because of support groups. No bias. I'm not making any judgments about any group unless it's a group that's doing something, where I know that there's a major problem, like a kratom group. I can't put that up there because there's FDA warnings about kratom. But check the list. We went through Facebook. We tried to get every group we could. If we've missed you, please let me know. But Jan, seriously, I want you to start a support group there. Start a pelvic pain support group in Edinburgh. You can do it. You can do it. And you might be the person who really changes Edinburgh. And so if we can find 5, 10, 15, 20 patients for your group, that would be amazing. But then you're going to kick some butt because you're going to start bringing some guest speakers in and connecting with hospitals and trying to do grand rounds and trying to improve your knowledge of that, their knowledge of IC and pelvic pain. Teresa asking if anybody's in Central New York. I think it's the middle of the night for Australia. I don't think we've got a lot of Australia people in here. Oh, Sue says Bed Bath and Beyond did return for purple Chelsea's. Well, that's good. That's good. I ordered mine online and they were not helpful. Linda says, "Boy, I miss lemonade." So Linda, what I would do is I would do sparkling water with just some lemon peel. There's very little acid in lemon peel. There's a ton of acid in lemon juice. So try some lemon peel. Or you can try, oh, yeah, you know what? Hold on a sec. Let me go get, hold on. Let me get something. Okay, this. I want you to try, Linda. I want you to try this. You guys think about this. Think about this. Lisa, no, I don't. I have a normal closet. All right. So, my favorite sparkling water right now is LaCroix. I'm trying not to drink water out of plastic. I don't know. I'm trying to be ecologically responsible, but I don't know. Okay. Anyway, I can drink this water, no problem. If I drink too much, I get a little gassy. It never bothered my bladder. So LaCroix also has some specialty blends. So like this one is cucumber blackberry, and it's solid. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. But my favorite, now this is you're going to think I'm nuts. My favorite by far is um, cantaloupe pink grapefruit. But there's no citrus juice in here. There's no acid in here. It's just the flavor essence. 0 calories. Hold on. The only thing in it is carbonated water and a natural essence. So in other words, what that means is it's the essential oil of the fruit that has the flavor. So there's no acid in this that I can tell. So Linda, if you miss lemonade, try something like this, but you got to look at the ingredients and make sure there's no fruit juice in it. There's no fruit juice in LaCroix. And so I've done really well with these. Has anybody else tried these? How do you like them? Are there any other ones that you like? I used to really like Clearly Canadian Blackberry, but then they started putting um, artificial sugar in it, and that sucked. But the Clearly Canadians were really good too. Rebecca, hey Rebecca, thanks for sharing everything you shared. You're awesome. You're awesome. Angela says, have you heard of having lidocaine only instilled? Yes. Yes, we would call that an anesthetic challenge. And that's a popular way of diagnosing if the bladder wall is triggering your symptoms. So in the old days, they used to put potassium or a salt solution in the bladder. And the theory is that if you screamed when they put salt on your bladder, that means your bladder's wounded. And Dr. Robert Moldwin, the author of the IC Survival Guide, was quite outraged that you would cause pain to prove it. He said, let's do the opposite. Let's put lidocaine in the bladder. And if lidocaine turns the symptoms off, then we can also say that the symptoms are being driven by the bladder wall. So that's called an anesthetic challenge. You have to be careful. More is not better with lidocaine. I don't know if you remember that years ago in Florida, several people died because they had like a liposuction and they gave them a lidocaine cream and then they covered them up. They wrapped it really tight. And so what happened are the people ended up absorbing toxic fatal levels of lidocaine. So lidocaine can kill you if you get too much of it. So it has to be done really, really correctly and safely. It is safe as long as you don't use too much and too much doesn't get absorbed. When Dr. Richard Henry in Canada invented the rescue solution, the heparin lidocaine solution, I interviewed him right before a National Institutes of Health meeting. It's really interesting. So here you got this doctor in Canada who has created what is now the most popular therapy for IC. But back then, he got very little in the way of respect. And so he was reporting through research how good patients were doing with heparin lidocaine. But the only thing that they were hesitating about was finding the right level of lidocaine so they would not cause toxicity, which they have now. Okay. I mean, that was done. They've got the formula, so it's not toxic. But I remember when we went to this meeting in Minneapolis and I saw him walking out of the meeting room in the middle of the day. And I don't know, I'd gone to the bathroom or something. And he looked really, really upset. And so I pulled him aside and I said, are you okay? And he was furious because nobody would listen to his data. Nobody would listen to him. back then. People cling to ideas. The old IC world clung to certain perceptions about IC, and trying to break those belief structures was very, very hard. Yeah, you got to bang on the wall hard to get their attention. And here you got a veritable hero in the IC movement who created and developed this new therapy, who we owe all of our gratitude to, and yet he was treated terribly early on. And I did my best to tell him to keep going, that your work is awesome. And he did, but not just because of me. He believed. You know, um, what's that thing about when somebody opposes you? We all need opposition in our life, because when somebody opposes you and tells you no, you work harder and you work better, right? There's a very good argument that to live a life without opposition, you will never rise to what you're meant to be. But when you face opposition and people saying no, you work harder to prove them wrong. And I think that's a wonderful way to look at conflict. And then you get to say thank you in the end to the people who messed with you early on. It's like, because if they hadn't messed with you, you wouldn't worked as hard. So anyway, Carolyn, how do you know the level of acid in carbonated water? Well, you can just get pH test strips and test it. The only acid that would come in carbonated water is called carbonic acid, which is part of the carbonation process, but it's very, very negligible. So if you did a carbonated water on ice and you diluted it with ice, the acid level should be absolutely negligible. I wouldn't expect any significant acid, but feel free to prove me wrong. Get some pH tests and give it a shot. I should have pH test strips here so that we can do it online. You know what? That'd be a great online thing. I'll see if I can get some. Linda, is there a way of saving this discussion? This is recorded, hun. It'll be recorded on YouTube and Facebook. The quality might not be so good because we're simulcasting and bandwidth is an issue, which is why we'll be switching over to streaming on another website, because I'll get much better quality for these videos. Sue says, would you consider doing a meeting during IC month that is shorter and directed for family and friends to help them understand? Yeah, I'd love to do a meeting. Let's do it. I'll try to come up with I'll try to come up with a time. I'm more than happy to do that. Bobby has Hunner's lesions and that they're painful. So Bobby, are you doing Hunner's lesion therapy? So the correct way of working with Hunner's lesions, the way that will reduce that pain is to inject a steroid into the lesion, or to cauterize the lesion, or hyperbaric oxygen therapy. But in the meantime, if you've got active open lesions that are painful, you got to be perfect with your diet, my dear. Absolutely no coffee, no green tea, no black tea, no soda, because you have the equivalent of an open wound in your bladder, and any acids are going to go right into that wound and giving you pain. So, diet modification is the most important in patients with Hunner's lesions. But the good news is that if you treat them correctly with Hunner's lesion specific therapy, the pain usually reduces dramatically. But if you ignore it and you not get them treated, the pain can be really challenging. I don't want you to live in pain. We got to make sure they get treated. You can learn about that over on our website, icnetwork.org. Susan says, finally, after seeing a surgeon and asked for a CAT scan of my abdomen, you were diagnosed with an umbilical hernia, small in size but problematic. Had surgery to repair on Friday. Was the fifth doctor I believe I saw to think there may be something else going on, not blaming it on the IC. I was experiencing tenderness and pain around the navel. Good job, girl. Good job. I'm so glad you pushed. I'm so glad you saw a surgeon, and I'm really happy for you that you had the surgery. Well done. This is another important thing we've got to share with patients. This is good. Gina says, my doctor puts DMSO in bladder installations, which makes me smell so bad, but it helps so much, so it's worth it. Is there anything else that works just as well as DMSO? Yeah, rescue installations, heparin lidocaine. I really like this. A heparin lidocaine installation. You know, Gina, DMSO is really fallen out of favor as a therapy, for reasons like that. That you've got the garlic smell that happens, right? And so, um, most physicians really don't even look at DMSO much anymore. They go right to the heparin lidocaine installations, which don't have the same side effects, and they don't cause that smell. Susan, extremely sore today, extremely sore today, especially when I move, but hopefully will resolve. So anytime movement hurts, we're looking at muscles. Marina says, I think Valium would be great for bladder spasms, but no one will prescribe it now. No, Valium wouldn't. Valium is for skeletal muscle. Your bladder is smooth muscle, so you need a smooth muscle relaxant. So it would be like Mirbitric instead. But I mean, the Valium might chill you out, and it might reduce any residual muscle tension from the pelvic floor, but it's not going to. I don't believe that it works on the smooth muscle of the bladder. I could be wrong though. Talk to your doctor. Yeah. Compounded vaginal Valium suppositories. Ileana, do you know if vaginal Valium suppositories stop bladder spasms though? I don't. I don't know. Frida says, does Peora have the same side effects as gabapentin? No, in the research studies, in the vast majority of research studies out there, I was reading several last night, no side effects have been reported with Peora, whereas gabapentin can have quite a few side effects. I only found one study that showed that somebody had some gut distress. However, I did get an email from Lisa, who's on YouTube right now, and she was taking it, and she said that it gave her and now Lisa, I might be wrong here. It was late last night when I did this, that it made her more hungry. She thought that it raised her blood pressure slightly. And I don't remember what the third one was, Lisa. Oh, and nightmares. And I mean, I went through at least a dozen research studies, and I didn't see any of those side effects. I just I don't know. And Lisa, I don't know about the Benadryl, hun. I don't know if the Benadryl that you're taking could cause nightmares. It certainly could raise your blood pressure because Benadryl is no, I can't take Benadryl. It gives me a racing heart rate. So, that might be Benadryl driven, hun. Okay, guys, if you want a free restroom access card and a free diet card, please send your name and address to icnetwork@mac.com. I do not put it in a database. Literally, I just address the envelope. It's not going to get saved or given to anybody. All right. I don't know. You can order the perineal wash bottles and the Pura and the bladder builder from the IC Network. Just go to our website, icnetwork.org, click on shop. We have them all. Bobby, I need you to email me that address, hun. But you know what? Hold on a sec. I can cut and paste it. Hold on. Let me just open up a notepad here. All right. Okay, you don't need to email it. I got it. Anna says, how can you get the IC magazine? What a great question. You become a member of the IC network. And we have 3 different memberships. You can get it for $25 a year, 4 issues a year, or 4 total issues for your duration of your membership. Um, or for $50 a year, you can have it mailed to you, and then you get 2 years worth of back issues, as well as a bunch of stuff on your member page you can download. And then we also have a $100 membership where you get 5 years worth of back issues, a cookbook, and lots more. So if you, Anna, if you go to our website, I will, hold on a sec. Let me put a link in here real quick, because it's these memberships that make these happen, my friends. If you find these helpful, then it's really important to support our work, because that's what pays for it. And streaming, doing these, had to order a different computer, um, the equipment, the microphone, software, paying for the accounts. Oh, it adds up. All right, so I'm putting a link to our membership page in Facebook, and let me do one on YouTube too. So I would love it if you became a member. I'm really, really proud of what we do. I'm really, really proud of our magazine. I think our magazine is second to none right now because it's written from the perspective of a patient. And my goal with every magazine is that within 5 minutes, you will find something new that you haven't heard before that you might be able to try and that you can have a discussion with your doctor about. It's all about empowering you. So each one of our magazines, not only do we have feature stories on different things, related conditions, and new research. So, as an example, in our summer issue, we have my editorial was on Is IC the Result of Infection? Our first story was the highlights of the class on IC taught at the American Urology Association meeting. Then we did 5 pages on the latest IC research. Then we did an article on bladder endometriosis and how it can mimic IC. We share a new startup that's seeking funding because they think they have a new treatment for IC. We review the big IC meeting in Europe. We share clinical trials. We give consumer alerts. So in this case, I have the alert on the anticholinergic medication and the dementia and the Sister Protect. We usually tell at least one remarkable patient with IC story. In this case, it's a comedian, Ashley Corby. We have a feature story on CBD oil, and then some self-help tips, how to survive a summer cookout, summer survival tips, and then from a physical therapist on how she treats IC holistically. And then one of my funnest things is the IC Diet Project. We have a wonderful website, icdietproject.com. If you've never been there, you should go there. It's a collaboration between myself, Julie Beyer, and Bev Lauman. So we're all the authors of the diet books, and our goal is to focus on good food, good low acid food that's healthy. Hold on, I'm putting the links in there. And my article for this spring was about how to make low acid salsa. And I know it's in black and white in the magazine, but it's in color on the website. So low acid salsa, my friends, is possible. You can do it. Mango is much lower in acid than lemon and tomato. You could make a mango salsa. So anyway, you got some ideas in there. Linda says she uses our food app quite often. You know, the food app is getting pretty old. We have a couple years worth of research on diet. We just haven't had the time to put out the new diet list. My intention was to put one out this summer. Haven't been able to do it. Life gets in the way. But Julie and I will be collaborating on the new diet list. I think Bev said she's retired, so I don't think she's going to be doing much more. So I don't know what I'm going to do with the app. I mean, it's 10,000 to update them, and I don't know if the cost justifies it. That's why I created the diet card, you know. So anyway, I'll think about it. Oh, look at that. My best friend has joined. Yes, I will call you when I'm done, hun. We always do our Sunday afternoon check-in. Marina says this morning in Australia. Linda says, is sparkling water the same as carbonated water? Yeah, I think so. Except soda water. Soda water is different. You gotta look. Soda water is different. Soda water, but I don't know exactly why, but it is different and it's more irritating. Sparkling water from a good brand is good. Linda likes plain carbonated water with apple juice. That's good, and on ice preferably. And Gina likes the Hint sparkling water, Hint, Hint, which is a sparkling water that we sold for years. Hint sparkling water was great. We stopped selling it because you can get it now and it's really heavy. So Ileana says, yes, vaginal Valium stopped her bladder wall spasms. Okay, good to know. I didn't know that. Thank you. Okay, good. You guys taught me something. I really appreciate it. Linda says she still has the magazines from IC Help. Yeah, the ICA also has a magazine called the IC Update. The difference between the two is that ours is really written by patients for patients, where theirs is a bit more academic. They do 3 a year now instead of 4 a year. They had a wonderful writer for a while. I don't know what happened to her. Yeah. All right, my friends, listen, it has been 4 hours. It's been a great day. I really, truly hope that this has been helpful. And I think it's time to do a giveaway. The question is, what are we going to give away? What could we give away? I'm going to have to restore my. What do I have to give away? All right. Alrighty then. Here's your giveaway. 1 bottle of Peora. What do you say? Oh, actually, it has to be 2 bottles of Peora, one for Facebook, one for YouTube. And so, I'm not gonna make it easy on you. I'm not making it easy on you. And if you're already a winner, please don't do it. Thank you, Gina. Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Ileana. Thank you. Hey, girl, we survived. You know what I mean? We survived the stress of the early days of the IC movement. Okay, so free bottle of Peora, 2 total. Alrighty. So, okay, here's your question. Name one of the medications that has been linked to dementia. I've mentioned them several times here. So the first person on Facebook to mention one brand name or scientific name, name one of the medications that has been linked to dementia, one of the medications commonly prescribed for IC. Jamie, no. Not in the same degree. Anna, no. Brenda, no. Linda Mortensen. Detrol, yes. So Linda Mortensen won it. Oh my God, and I just gave it away. Okay. So Linda Mortensen on Facebook and Kay on YouTube. You guys have both won a bottle of Peora. So I need you, my friends, to email me your mailing information. Um, Kay, I need your last name. And let's see here. Linda Mortensen. So if you're friends with me on Facebook, you can send me a private message. If not, could you please send me your contact information to icnetwork@mac.com. Everybody else in here, please feel free. Send me your name and address, and I'm more than happy to send you the restroom access cards. Alrighty? Alrighty. Now listen, it's time for the pep talk. Okay, Kay, thank you. If you ever need a pep talk, you know who to call. It's me. I think I can give a pretty good pep talk. All right. I'm going to say it again. I say it in every meeting. This is not your fault. You have done absolutely nothing wrong. There is no shame. There is no blame. I don't want you to walk around with your head down. I don't want you to walk and I don't want you to hide. I don't want you to be embarrassed. None of this is your fault. You're hurt. You're just like someone who is hit by a car. And here's the reality. If you have a loved one who is hit by a car outside in front of your house, what would you do? You would run out, you would bring a blanket, you would call 911, you would sit there with them, you would hold their hand, you would whisper to them, you would ride in the freaking ambulance with them to the hospital, you would sit at their bedside at the hospital, you would bring them home, you would make every food they love as you help them through that recovery. Am I right? You know I am right. You deserve the same thing. You deserve the love and care of your family. You've got to ask for it. Don't hide it. Ask for it. Now, listen, if you've got family members who don't believe that this is real, who think it's all in your head, then, what is, like I love listening to Joel Osteen, right? I do. I do. I just do once a week in my car. I do. And he talked about something that was so incredibly good and powerful. He said, listen, when you meet somebody new, 25% of the people are going to love you, and 25% of the people are not going to like you at all. 25% of the people are going to love you, but their opinion could be changed for the worse. And 25% of the people are not going to like you, but their opinion can be changed to be better. And he said, don't waste your time with people who don't like you. Focus your time on the people who make your life richer and better, right? So don't exhaust yourself trying to explain to Uncle Joe why you've got to pee and he just laughs at you. Walk away. Go to the people who are kind and caring and compassionate. Because here's the gift. The gift of going through something like this is that you will never, ever, ever walk away from someone in pain because you know what it's like to be in pain. And you know what it's like to be alone and in pain. I argue that going through something like IC makes you a better person. It makes you a better mother. It makes you a better daughter, sister, friend, brother. Why? Because instead of when we're in our 20s and we're really cocky and we think the world revolves around us and we think that we will live forever, there's great humility and humbleness when you actually have to ask for help, right? But there's strength in it too, because when you have people who love and care for you, it doesn't matter how much money you have. There are people who are billionaires who are miserable sons of bitches because they don't have people who care about them. They couldn't love if their life depended on it. And then there are people who are extremely poor and on benefits who have lives that some of us envy because they have love. And that love is identified by kindness and compassion and caring. So you gotta lead by example here. Number one, not only do you have to teach your kids how important it is to stop and help somebody, but it's also important that they stop and help you. And it's important that you stop and help other people in your family. I'm very big on random acts of kindness. And that's your homework for today. Your homework for today is when you're out and about doing whatever you're doing, either home or outside, if you see somebody who could use a smile, you give it to them. Because when you help other people, you help yourself. You give yourself that context. The best thing I could have done was start a support group because before I started my support group, I thought I was the only person in California who was in agony at the time. And I am living proof that you heal because I haven't been in agony in years. I completely proved those doctors wrong who told me I would be in pain for the rest of my life. They were wrong. They were wrong. So when you start a support group, when you visit a support group, one of the gifts of that is context because you get to see that maybe what you thought was bad really isn't nearly as bad as you might have thought about it. Remember too, and I want to reinforce this here. Let me get this. Hey, I'm losing weight. Yeah. I'm so happy to lose some of the weight that I gained after my surgery. Okay. Now listen, if you're a pain patient, if there's one book you need to invest in, it is this book by Dr. Angie Storr, who's a OBGYN in Texas. And she talks about all the different things that talk about pelvic pain, but she also explains how the nerves work. And one of the things that happens is when you've got pelvic pain, it's really hard to describe where it is, right? It's like, is it my vulva? Is it my rectum? Is it my urethra? You have no freaking clue sometimes where it is. And she's got a great diagram in here as to, here it is. So look at all the nerves in the pelvis. See all these yellow spots? Those are all nerves to different organs and muscles and wherever. Look at that. All the nerves converge at the spinal cord. They converge at the spinal cord. And we also know that the nerves are shared. We know that if your bowel is irritated, your bladder's probably going to get irritated. If your bladder is irritated, your bowel is going to get irritated. That's called neuro crosstalk. That is proven. We had a great research study called the pepperoni pizza algorithm, which proved that about 7 or 8 years ago. So the pain starts here, it hits your spinal cord, and then it goes from your spinal cord, it zooms up your spine to your lower brain. It's first stop. There's 3 stops in the brain. It goes to the lower brain first. The purpose of the lower brain is to determine if this is a safety issue. Your body is wired with pain nerves. You've got tens of thousands of pain nerves compared to very few pleasure nerves because pain is how our body defends itself, right? So if you stepped on a nail, you can damn well bet that pain is going to go right up from your lower brain to your midbrain to your upper brain, and you're going to start hopping around because your upper brain makes you hop around. But what if 5 days later you fall and break your leg? Are you going to feel the nail and that wound? No, you're going to feel the broken leg because the low brain only lets the most important pain message through. So, one of the things that you can do to reduce pain at the low brain is distraction. Create another source of stimulation. You can squeeze between, if you squeeze between your fingers where it's a little bit tender, that forces your brain to pay attention to this instead of to your bladder. Or you can slap the inside of your thigh. Listen, guys, I flew to London in the worst flare ever, and I was doing this on the plane. Okay, I was doing that when I was driving, and then eventually I started using a TENS unit. So what does that do? That creates another source of stimulation to get your brain to look away from your bladder. Okay, so let's say now Your lower brain has said, okay, this is urgent pain. So it sends it to your middle brain. So what is your midbrain do? Your midbrain establishes context. So it's your midbrain that goes, is this really bad? Is this life threatening? Or is this kind of a fun pain? So if you were riding a roller coaster and you got thrown against the side of the car, but you're laughing, your brain goes, well, she's laughing. So this must not be really important pain. And so your brain deprioritizes it. It takes it takes the urgency away. Another way of thinking about that is, you know how, so you're at home and you feel really sick, and it's like, I better go to the doctor. And you're just like nauseous sick. And you call the doctor and you get a same day appointment, and you force yourself to get dressed and you force yourself to get there. And in and amongst this is the stress. You're worrying about stuff. It's a black spot. You don't know if it's melanoma. You don't know if it's infection, whatever, or if it's the flu or, HPV, whatever, right? And so you walk into that doctor's office and you make that drive to that doctor's office with extreme stress and anxiety. And the doctor looks at it and goes, oh, that's a blister. It's nothing. You're fine. Go home. And all of a sudden, your pain goes away. It's like, holy hell, I don't have to worry about that anymore. And it's amazing that on the drive home, it's like everything's like massively improved. Okay, that's the midbrain at work. That's the midbrain at work. So, one of the best things that you can do is introduce laughter and humor into your daily life. Watch funny cat videos, because if you're in pain but you're laughing, your brain goes, maybe this isn't quite as bad. And it actually reduces the intensity of the pain. I'm not lying. And she explains this in here beautifully. Okay. So let's say now that because you're very, very anxious and your brain decides this is really, really urgent, it sends that pain message to your upper brain. And it's your upper brain that makes you pull your hand away suddenly. It's your upper brain that makes you bounce on one leg in favor of the other leg. Your upper brain is what tells your body to move. Okay. Um, what's interesting about the upper brain is that the more intense the pain, the more areas of your brain light up. It's like a thunderstorm. So we would normally think it's a straight line. It's like, okay, I've got pain here. It shoots up one nerve. It goes to one spot in my brain, bam. And that's not the way the brain works. The brain lights up, different areas of the brain light up in thunderstorm, like a thunderstorm. And the worse the pain, the more areas of the brain light up. It's so interesting the way that happens. So the way you fight pain at that level is by keeping your brain busy, focusing on other things. And she explains this in here absolutely beautifully. And so, if you're doing a crossword puzzle, if you're watching a documentary or reading a book, even a fun book, I read a ton of romance novels myself. I just love them. Uh, I got to get it somewhere. You know what I mean? Okay. So, there are ways at every point in the pain process where you can introduce things that might lower that pain for you. Okay. So again, you can buy this book on our website. I think it's $19. I don't remember exactly how much it is. No, it's actually twice that. I think it's like 27 or $28, something like that. It's worth every single penny and more. And it will help not only you, but it will help anybody else in your family who's struggling with chronic pain. Okay. So when somebody says, you know, let's see, how do I want to say this? When somebody says, "Oh, that proves that your brain that you're psychological," the answer is no. what it's doing is you're mastering how pain works in your body. It's about how pain is processed. And one of the things she says in here, which is absolutely hysterical, and I have to say, you've heard me doing these lectures here, um, is one of the things that she says is hysterical. Use foul language when the pain is really intense. Like you have permission to sweat, you have permission to swear and cuss, drop the F bomb if you need to. If you ever hit your thumb with a hammer or stubbed your toe on a table, you probably sworn or at least wanted to. This kind of reactive vocalization starts in the lower brain gateways. It's a spontaneous reaction to pain, and it actually reduces the pain signal. I'm not suggesting that you pick up a general expletive habit. This only works well when you're not accustomed to using foul language regularly. And if it's against your morals, then skip it altogether. But there you go. There you go. And she also explains, why meditation helps reduce pain and deep breathing, which is with anxiety, and be happy and focusing on the bright side, savoring positive thinking. Now I know why I got through the worst for me. You know, in in the summer of 1993, my pain was so bad, I could not imagine living. I could not imagine it. And I was desperate, and so I went to a bookstore and I was talking to somebody explaining what I was going through because that time just getting in the car hurt. And she said, "You know what? I got a book that's really going to help you. It's called The Power of Positive Thinking." And I never knew why it helped, but I can tell you it changed my life because I started, instead of thinking the worst every day, I started thinking the positive every day. Instead of deciding the morning it was going to be a miserable day, I decided in the morning I was going to have a good day. I changed my language. Instead of thinking bad thoughts all day, I started thinking good thoughts. I started thinking affirmations and using affirmations like, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me, or be bold and mighty forces shall come to thy aid. I changed the dialogue from poor me to focusing on a positive future. I never understood why that helped. My magazine is called The Icy Optimist, for God's sake, right? She explains why that worked. And I am pain free. And I have been pain free, with the exception of having surgery for hysterectomy, for a decade or longer, because in great part to the fact that I use positive thinking constantly. I refuse to dwell on the negative, and I don't want you to dwell on the negative either. Dwell on the positive. Okay, so power positive thinking. You know what? Go for it. Give it a shot. You got nothing to lose, and if a little bit of laughter will reduce that pain level in your brain, all you got to lose is pain. So you might as well give it a shot, my friends. You might as well give it a shot. All right. I am going to say goodbye. I'm going to start testing streaming this week. Could have almost done it today. I could almost done it right now, but I'm just too tired to do it. It's too complicated. So you're going to see me dropping in and out on YouTube and on Facebook as I test streaming and trying to get things better. So I hope you'll come in if you see me start up a support group meeting, because we'll just be doing some testing and taking your questions. Okay? Bam. My heart to yours. You sleep well. I wish you the best. You are absolutely not alone. We're here and we care. Okay. Talk to you later. All right. Hello, YouTube. I got 8 of you still in here. I don't know how many. I think we had 50 or 60 people in Facebook. Any last questions on YouTube? I give you last call. Thank you, Kay. That's very, very sweet. All right. I got to figure out what to make for dinner. So I will see you later.